All right, welcome if you're joining us. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Ill Fated Session 18!
18!
So much love. So early in the morning. It's not very, it's actually later in the morning, but all right, whatever. Recap. What did we do? We dungeon crawled. That's what we did. That's pretty much sums it up.
That is it.
That was it. We were in
From
combat.
the last session, we killed more of them.
Yeah, we were in combat a lot of the time, killing the ghoul creatures, killing the gelatinous cubes. We're getting those out of the way. We're using strategies, going through doors, going downstairs, and we happen to come to one specific sub-level part of this crypt where there was a hidden entrance. There was a hidden entrance into this, right? Corridor, surrounding staircase down, and you have exposed roots on the northern side of the chamber. These exposed roots that kind of bramble and teeter out. They have some sort of necrosis about them, this black ashen bark. You have a character that was in there that seemed to be kind of mulling about, doing these intricate things with other sorts of items upon the altar that surround the particular body that's wrapped and almost slightly mummified in front of them. There's another altar with a casket nearby, and they hold this black ashen staff with this kind of consists of many different pieces of branches. Okay. So that's what this older human with these weathered features and the robe I gave a description of last session, so I won't go into that, but that I will highlight so that they have this particular thing. So what does that mean for you lot? Well, so you're coming in, the person seemed to be slightly confused, was telling you all to get out of here, right? Certain things were happening, and look who shows up. Eating an apple. Biting down on it. This individual walks in, no longer wearing the tunic and pants that they had. They now have the armor on. It's black, plated, metallic armor with the interesting symbol at the center chest, and also the pauldron greatsword at the back, drawing the greatsword now. Which is what is queuing up our fight, in addition to Thanos being behind the person with the staff. So
he's invisible.
Going through what the person with the staff had said, right? This individual. Not going too much into the names of the character, but they were talking a little bit about why you needed to leave. Right. We lost somebody. Someone's back. Okay. We had detect thoughts come outwards, and that detect thoughts formed potentially a hypothesis that this individual is very, very wise, intelligent. There's barriers in the mind that are very strong. So your detect thoughts was unable to get through those barriers. And in the surface, you were able to slightly understand that what they were telling you was somewhat truthful, right? Based on what you were detecting. You could not detect further, so you're getting just the surface. And from what they were saying to you all and the way that they were going about it, right? That makes you believe. So we have no real insights particularly being rolled. We had not really anything that was thrown out to the character and what they were saying. But that detect thoughts alone and getting the surface thoughts would allow you to have kind of that speculation. I can see the Discord chat going off. I can see the feed. I can't actually click into the chat, so I can't actually read it, but there's something going on.
Lucar said, I wonder if a piece of the staff we have is somehow going to be useful in the fight. And then
I forgot we got
gave it back to the Sun Tree.
Yeah, you gave it back to the Sun Tree.
I forgot.
Yeah.
So all I can think about is breaking noses.
Yeah, so we don't have that.
So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get this party started. We're going to go ahead and start our combat off. You're going to see that things are going to slow down just a little bit because we have two aura of protection's happening. So the effect of aura protection actually gets a little bit, it definitely slows it down a little bit from why it starts up. So you're going to see things lag for just a split second.
Good.
Thought it was my end. I was like, is my card dying again? Are we back?
No,
to
no,
this?
it's every, so the aura protection, like when it starts up, it goes now, it becomes active, right? So it goes to the people within 10 feet. And so there's actually 2 of these happening. So that means it's going to be double the amount of effort. So Thanos, you're up round 1. You are invisible in these conditions. These are very dark and dim conditions. There is lighting in this space, though. So you're kind of having to stick to the walls, and that's how you moved around, which is going to give you the darkness. But I will add that if you go further forward, right, you will go into visible light. So if you're gonna like step 5-10 feet forward, that light range, which is emanating from the central post, which has like a lantern in it, that is actually going to create enough light for your invisibility to end.
Okay. That's fine. That actually plays more into what I wanted to do anyway. So I would like to attempt to grapple this guy in front of us that's kind of timid and afraid.
Okay. Go ahead and make a athletics check.
Nice.
All right, 18 beats a 16. Target's grappled.
Okay. And then I'm just gonna whisper in his ear, move, and I kill you. And that will be the end of my turn.
He's beginning to fidget as you kind of grab and wrap the arms back around holding the staff. Please, please. We now come to Kristoff. Kristoff opens up his hands, grabbing the great sword, fully unleashing it, drawing it forward, takes it and turns it down and hits it into the ground. No, it's little again. Okay, hold on. It's happened in one of my other groups. Let me fix that.
That's not good.
That's a perfectly
that a
acceptable
spell?
radius for spirit guardians. It's fine.
No, it's a bug with the one of the things here. Hold on. I wanted to change the color of the effect, but the effect is kind of broken. So
Is that a spell he's doing?
it is a spell.
Can I counterspell it?
It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna counterspell it.
Gonna get rid of this man's dope ass effects he just put on there.
So as
I
you
know,
reach
right?
out, to counterspell, your counterspell is counterspelled by a counterspell. As you're wrapping out the hands, you can see the one Thanos that you just grappled begin to chant with the mouth. The staff begins to vibrate, and then slightly pushes out with the grapple of the hands and shoves it outwards, and kind of smashes the vibrations of the counterspell, hitting it into the wall. As your counterspell is counterspelled by the individual that Thanos has grappled, which Thanos you don't really know, unless you're coming into visible light. You moved
Yeah.
your token inwards.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
My bad. My bad.
I was wondering where the other
alt-tabbed
one
and
went.
I think I alt tabbed and it moved.
Yeah,
I
as
don't
you
know.
moved. I was like, where did you go?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
Okay. So your grapple is not a restraint. So this still allows them to cast spells and react, right? They still can use their somatic components. So you know, though, that this individual has casted a spell as they raise their hand out. And they're kind of shaking and sweating, and their heart is palpitating. They're kind of breathing heavily as they did that.
Okay.
After
Use
casting
your
this,
reaction to scold him.
after casting the spell, Kristoff is going to move into space. It's going to go 15 feet, kind of echoing out the spirit guardians here as they're kind of shrouded in these spectrals of ghastly figures are kind of reaching outwards, and they're kind of grabbing as they're swiveling around and channeling outwards from Kristoff, this black, purplish energy. Kristoff then has the greatsword in hand, grips it, clenches it, smiles, looks to all of you. Who's first? Aldo, it's your turn.
Don't mind if I do. Move into position.
All right, succeeding, you take 9 points of damage. I'm going to look at your resistances. I'm going to put back 5 to that because you're resistant to the radiant damage.
Yep.
Ooh. Nice.
And he is going to attack.
Okay. All right, swinging the halberd, 19 as you come across, turning and grabbing the greatsword. The greatsword hits into the halberd. Necrotic shroud spurts out of the greatsword as they connect towards a vibration as it shoves the halberd back. .27 is going to connect, coming around the halberd now, using kind of the handle of the weapon. This time coming in for some blunt slashing damage towards the side of the hip. 9 points of slashing damage dealt.
And that's gonna end his turn.
All right, ending turn. Varys, you're up.
I'm gonna pull out the haste scroll and haste Lucar.
No monologue? What's going on?
No, I'm not doing that on my first turn. And then that'll end my turn.
All right, Zeph takes 7 points of radiant damage. Then is going to move out of the aura, so it's going to get out of space. Using much of its movement speed, because it is difficult terrain to move through. So once you got through, it's difficult terrain. It is going to use the Twilight Sanctuary. Okay, so make sure sometimes it begins to duplicate, which it's duplicating right now, so I'm going to make sure that it's not duplicated. I'm honestly surprised this effect still works since I've updated the game a lot. So this thing is still chunking. Alright, so it's the action and the movement. No bonus action is used by Zeph this time. Tegan's going to prompt you for a saving throw. This is from the actual Spirit Guardians as it's smashing into you. Alright, you have failed with a 4. Take 10 points of damage. Radiance as it smashes into you. Tegan, what are we doing? Oh, you're not here? Everything's being automatic. It's automatically rolled. You're saving throw and everything. You're muted.
I'm here. I think for right now, I'm going to go ahead and take my movement and get the hell out of Dodge.
Okay, so you have
bonus action.
30 feet of movement, right?
Yeah, did that not go? Was that not 30?
That would be 30, because it is difficult terrain leaving the Guardian spell.
Gotcha. Bonus action, I'll give my boy Maldor Bardic.
Okay. Bardic Inspiration, D8 passed over.
And then as an action, I will Vicious Mockery our Paladin boy. Great damage rolls.
Okay. Is going to succeed with a 16 on your DC 16.
Close.
You send outwards, kind of moves around the shroud. It's enveloped around Kristoff at the present moment. It's necrosis that's sprouting outwards from the Guardians as well as now as the sword. Are you saying anything to Maldomer in particular? Would you give them, you like inspire them? Just like, good job!
I think Tegan just says, keep him away from me.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Sounds good. Alright. We now come to Freemar. Freemar is grappled by this unseen source, kind of pulling and moving outwards of its hands. It's confused in its confusion here. It's going to Misty Step, exiting outside of the grapple. It's kind of steps outwards, saying something with the staff in hand, kind of holds it, begins to kind of hold it outwards and pushes backwards. It goes towards the edge of the wall. Then holds out a hand, looks towards Ferris. Anything come through on your end?
No.
Okay, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw for me then.
I did hear the bong.
I also heard the ball.
Okay. 16. That is going to be a success as a Toll of the Dead is sent outwards towards it. So something very similar. You can hear the bong of the bell and a certain sound effects towards your ears. And it's going to hold out your hands and looks towards Kristoff. What do I do?
Point of order, I just noticed the echo is still up. He would be gone. I'm too far away.
Okay. Alright, so Lucar, you are going to succeed on that wisdom saving throw. You take 3 points of damage. So you are hasted right now, so you have additional armor class to you. You have twice as much movement speed, and you have an additional action to swing if you want one attack.
Yes. So, okay, so as I initiated this by attempting to cast a Misty Step, is this something where as combat started and I realized, like, the time is gone, I can abandon that, or...?
Yeah, no, so you can't hold an action, right? So there's not any way that you can hold an action or a bonus or anything, right? So when you declare something in combat, you're like, I'm going to Misty Step. That's going to trigger initiatives to be rolled immediately because you're declaring a combat action. And so that gives people to react. They're going to see you begin to verbalize it outwards, and then they're going to react to it. And so certain people react faster, right? That's why the initiatives are higher up than yours. So you can do whatever it is. You never held anything.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay, so then I'm just going to Vow of Enmity, Kristoff.
Okay.
What does that do? What does it do? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so as a bonus action, you utter the Vow of Envy against a creature you can see. What do you say as far as your vow is concerned?
That I'm going to break your fucking nose.
Okay. So you gain advantage on attack rolls against a creature for 1 minute or until it drops as 0 falls unconscious. I will state that you have to be, 5 feet probably closer to the target, given that you have to be within 10 feet of it.
Okay, yeah, so I would, I'm walking that way anyway, so
Yeah.
I would just...
Yeah,
I'd
I'm just
cast it
letting
on my way,
you know that
approaching.
Yeah.
Okay,
approach.
Yeah. And then, and then my first attack is going to be like a hilt smash right at his face.
Okay. Natural 20.
Nat 20.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you come through with the Bane of Barithune whistling, uttering out your vow here. Spectral shroud, almost like a light, kind of emerges around you as you pass through the Guardians, and then that vow marks the blade that you come across, dealing 29 total points of damage.
Right to his nose. And as I do, I imbue the hilt with divine power as well, and level 2 smite.
Okay,
Face
so you're
smite.
upcasting. It's roll 3d8 for you. All right, so 40 total points with the smite. Okay, so you come across with the smite, the first strike slicing directly in towards the back, pulls the greatsword around, looks towards you.
Coming for a second strike. Oops, I forgot to hold ult.
Okay, you can do it again if you want. Fine, you want to crit fish. You hit with the 21 though. Alright, so no crit fish there. I'm taking the first damage, 17. Okay, coming across to the second strike. Slices through the side of the arm, kind of into the armor pad. Sorry, the plated kind of shoulder, kind of all around, works down towards the bicep to come across for a slash.
And one more upstrike.
Okay. Alright, 16 with the advantage is not going to hit this time. Swing the barrier through around. Comes for an upward strike towards the head as you do. Raises the great sword up and parries the blow and kind of slams the Bane of Barithune down towards the ground.
That'll end my turn.
Ending turn, we now come to the top of round 2. Thanos, you're up.
Well, seeing that dude just decide to teleport out of my reach, I'm just going to kind of walk into the light, obviously pissed off, and I'm going to shoot at Kristoff. Except for I can't find my action bar. Oh, there it is.
Nice.
First strike with the hand crossbow, 29 is going to hit. 7 points of damage to the shoulder.
All right, I'm going to shoot him again.
18.
I don't mean to be like an asshole or anything, but is he making concentration checks on the Spirit Guardians for all the damage he's taking?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I didn't know.
Yeah, it's all automatic. Concentration checks are automatic, and you won't see the rolls for the NPCs. 18 does not land. It's gonna see comes glances off the same kind of direction of the Pauldron. Turns towards the spiked end of one of the Pauldrons. It's opposite of the symbol. Kind of comes now, braces with the great sword and shields, almost like a turtle turns its back.
Okay, I will take my bonus action to take another shot.
Okay. Wow. Right, 14 is going to miss. Bounces off the
He's
heavy
got
armor.
my dice.
I do have your dice today. I'm going to take 10 feet step back, and I will end my turn there.
All right, now come to Kristoff. Kristoff looks towards you, Lucar. As it does, breathes inwards, and you see these spectral wings of black begin to emerge from the back end, and the eyes turn black. Necrosis begins to sprout something in Maldor that seems awfully so familiar to you in the way this level 20. As it happens, grabs in the great sword, breathing, swings. First strike, 19 is going to miss. This comes
I will
across,
sentinel attack that.
going into the Bane of Erithune, vibrating with energy. Okay. .24 hits. 12 points of damage. Okay. After coming through, getting the block kind of parried by the Bane of Erithune, comes swing round for a horizontal strike towards you, Maldor. 15 is going to miss. After that lands, the wings kind of sprouting upright, hovering off the ground for a brief moment. They begin to heal. The energy and the shroud around them in black begins to pull forward. As it does, it begins to surround them and begins to encompass this almost darkness and light as it begins to fill them. They regain 50 hit points. All right, Alder, you're up next.
So what
Right.
would that look like to us as we're like? Does he look
9
like
points
he's like
radiance.
really fucked up, and then he's just a lot like
You
doing
see
a
a
lot
few,
better
yeah.
all
You
this time?
you see a few slashes and marks in the plate armor. You see that there's blood kind of pouring outwards from some of the engravings into the armor. They had the shroud of these dark and necromantic spirits come out. These ghastly figures, as they're kind of ghosts, and they're this blackish and purplish energy around them, and they're kind of swiveling around right in this radius. They did not have this same necrosis, only on the spirits and then the sword. Now it seems that they have kind of these spectral wings that come outwards, and they're very much like kind of almost bat and bone-like as they're coming through. They hovered a little bit off of the air. They're now upon their feet, and then the eyes are pure black then. And then there's tendrils of necrosis that sprout from the eyes about their forehead. Imagine you have veins in your body, and those are now filled with black, right? So they're kind of sprouting in kind of branch-like structures. Then the heel kind of went off. It seems it might have been, could have been like a lay on hands, but not an action. Might have been a bonus or something. It was unclear. But regardless of that, they kind of held their sword and kind of sucked in some of the blackness around them, and some of the necrosis, and then kind of were reinvigorated. There wasn't much descriptions as far as healing wounds, because all of the wounds have been underneath the armor.
Okay.
So, Aldar's going to town.
All right, 18 does not land. Coming around with the halberd
Sorry, Maldor.
towards the back, the heavy plated armor. I come around with the 26, landing towards the left leg. And there the calf area with a slice of 12 points of damage.
Action surge.
Okay. 25. 25. All right, 10 points of damage. Come back around towards the back. Upper left strike, slicing. Okay, and then a 21 is going to connect. 12 points of slashing damage. Going around, horizontal strike through the back. As you come through. Ending turn. Varys, you're going to be up next.
So I'll use this turn to lock eyes with Kristoff. I'm gonna like look him as in the face, kind of. I'll move over so that he can see me better, and I'll say, "Listen, Kristoff, the next couple seconds are gonna be really fucking important for you. Okay? I can't guarantee you'll live out of this fight. So, if you don't live, what would you like me to tell Jill once you're gone? And if that's my whole turn, then that can be my turn."
It's a lot to say in one go around. It's up to you how you want to interpret it. If that's going to take your whole turn, or if you can say that quickly.
I feel
enough in
like
one
you
line.
have to hold me to this, because if it's up to me, I'm gonna do something else.
Do something else. I try to let players have freedom of what they can imagine themselves doing in combat. So if you can imagine yourself getting this out while you're casting your spell or while you're doing it, then that's up to you. Or if you're kind of stopping and pausing yourself and then saying this, right?
Okay, so I'm gonna use a class feature. So I think with this feature, I wouldn't be doing like a spell. So I wouldn't need my. I don't think I would need it to.
You're talking about momentary
like
stasis.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't think I would need my verbal component just to be focused on.
No, there's no verbal or somatic components.
So I think I could say that to him and do the stasis at the same time.
Okay, makes sense to me. All right, go throw it out.
And then I'm gonna stasis on the wizard dude over here.
Okay. All right, so looks like no targeting there, but let me go ahead and look what I need as far as the save is concerned. Constitution gets your spell save DC.
Yeah.
So it's a 15. Okay. All right, it's going to be a failure.
He is incapacitated.
All right, so you send out your momentary stasis here. Kind of maybe say it and then kind of move your hand and kind of away. And you can hear almost the sounds and audibles of gears ticking in certain things. And all of a sudden, you notice that the mage here that's expressed themselves has kind of backed themselves in the corner, and now they're just kind of frozen and put into space, and they're kind of vibrating and moving with almost this energy about them. So they're incapacitated, has a speed of 0, so they can't do much of anything here. And then as far as the saving throw is concerned, until the end of your next turn, right? So there is no saving throw until the creature takes damage.
Yep.
So they're just going to be in this state here.
Yep, and that'll end my turn.
Okay, Zeph, you're up next. So, if you're, are you here and ready with us?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So you, as far as your first turn round in combat, all you did was back out of the shroud of spirits that Kristoff has invoked. You've backed out of that, and then you threw up your Twilight Sanctuary. That's all you've done thus far. We've only in the second round of combat.
Yep. All right. And what about the guy that was up here? He looks like he's down here now.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he's also incapacitated, so if you damage him, he gets released. But if you don't, he just stays incapacitated.
Yeah, so
until
all
my
you-
next turn.
All you know is that Kristoff stepped forward, is now kind of said who's first, right? Has gone through a series of 2 strikes, missing both strikes against either Lucar or Maldor. You know that Tegan has given off inspiration. Thanos has come and become visible, setting off bolts of crossbows towards Kristoff. Varys has said stuff about Jill in the direction of Kristoff, then throw off some sort of effect towards the mage. The mage has stepped forward and then uttered some sort of spell towards Varys. But beyond that, that's all information you have to go off.
All right. I'll probably hold the dead if he does anything further hostile. He probably will though. And if he does, I'll hold the dead Kristoff. But other than that, I'll hold.
Okay, so you're holding your action, throw a Toll of the Dead at Kristoff?
Actually, yes.
Okay, if he attacks.
If he attacks, yes.
Okay. All right. Tegan, you're up next.
So when my laptop reset, it booted me from Foundry, and it still says I'm logged in.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and kick you. It's going to take a little bit to get you back in, so why don't you just tell me what you want to do, and I can make that happen.
I'll just, I'll go ahead and Dissonant Whispers Kristoff.
All right, so throwing out Dissonant Whispers here. Got, from 3d6, you got a 7. The DC 16 Wisdom saving throw Kristoff has succeeded with a 21.
Nice.
So Dissonant Whispers has gone off, so you're able to, on a failed save, it takes damage from a singular reaction, fortunately, so it's succeeded. So it's going to take half as much damage, and it is not going to run away.
Bonus action, I'll give Lucar Bardic Inspiration.
All right, and then Bardic Inspiration towards Lucar. You're at a D8 now. Okay. Anything else in your turn?
No, I just want to make sure I'm still in Zeph's radius. That's about it.
Yes, you're still in Zeph's radius, and you're out of harm's way, being in that corner.
Gotcha.
Okay, gonna end your turn there. We now come to the mage. The mage is in the stasis, so it's gonna end their turn. Lucar, you're up next. Prompting you for a save from the Spirit Guardians here. You are going to succeed with an 18. The damage is going to be really insignificant because your temporary HP here from the Twilight Sanctuary invaded like this shroud, this barrier around you, encouraged by the light of your Valve enemy. What are we doing?
We are swinging wildly.
Okay.
I'll take that.
Yeah, 30.
Ooh, and a nice good
Oh.
roll there. 20 points of damage just
Yeah.
coming around. Banbury Thune slicing through the center chest as they twist around towards you, bleeding profusely from the wound.
And we're lighting that bitch up too.
Nuke him.
This is going to be your last Divine Smite, right?
Yep. It's my last spell slot.
Okay. Last spell slot expended for the Divine Smite as you light the blade coming through cleanly. Can hear this incineration from some of the damage as it burns and vibrates through the center chest. They kind of fall down a little bit and teeter. They're still alive, breathing, bleeding profusely.
Going in for a stab at the throat.
Okay.
That didn't work. What did I get?
I prompt you for the Bardic Inspiration here. 24 is going to hit. 14 points of slashing damage as you come around. Succeed with a 16 on the con save. Still alive as you come slicing through the left leg into the artery. It's to bleed downwards. Fall down
My
and teeter,
last.
but they're still up.
This one I swing with a little bit of a guttural. I keep doing that.
All right, come across for the last strike. This is going to be the hasted strike. 26 is going to connect. 18 points of slashing damage. How do you want to do it?
Because it's like my third strike. For some reason, I just have some really inane hatred for this guy. I'm gonna behead him.
Okay. So as you come through with the Banbury Thune, the large guttural roar, the third strike hasted and moving at supernatural speed. They're unable to parry and lift their arm. They kind of into the neck and down and cleave off part of the neck into the head. The body kind of falls into the ground. The head is still kind of slightly attached towards the back, the spine, and they are unmoving,
Gross.
dead. As they fall down towards the ground, my only words to you is anybody taking combat actions against the incapacitated mage that exists on the left side of the wall.
I'm just gonna re-incapacitate him whenever my turn comes back around. So
That's fine.
would it be-
basically, just making sure he can't.
Anybody gonna fire bolts at them? Anybody gonna swing at their swords at them? Anybody gonna kill them?
Oh, would it be possible to steal his staff without breaking the disruption?
Just disarm him.
They are still
Yeah.
in, even though they're incapacitated, which means no actions, right? So they still have the ability, kind of to react a little bit in the incapacitated state. In addition, I will state that the stasis means that they're frozen in time, which actually means retrieving any items from them is almost impossible because they're actually frozen in place in time. That's the way that it kind of works. Is that Chronogy magic is essentially placing them there and then pausing time around them. So they're almost like in a warp bubble right now. So if you reach in and try to grab that staff, then it's going to literally be like you're trying to get into the bubble and then grab it out of there.
Could we maybe like take the time that he's frozen to surround him and then like roll some intimidation when he comes out of it?
Yeah, no, so these are all things that you can do outside of combat. We don't need to be initiatives. I'm just saying that is there anybody going to swing at them? That's all I have to ask.
No.
No, he seemed like he was being forced.
And
to do what-
when I mean that, I need to go to Maldor. Maldor, you. Let's go ahead and just rephrase this real quick. Maldor, are you going to swing at them?
No, he seemed not committed to doing harm. I mean, if he starts casting magic, then yeah, I'm gonna hit him. But
Okay.
outside of that, no.
All right. Combat is ended.
And I know he can't up and fly at the moment due to the whole being frozen thing, but I'll just kind of be like, Rimmer, what exactly is the game here? Why are you even working with this guy?
Whenever you start to ask him, I'll drop the stasis on him.
Shouldn't we, like, surround him and scare the shit out of him first?
Okay, I'll let you surround him, and then I'll drop the
Okay,
stasis.
stasis is over. Looks towards Kristoff that's dead. Holds up the staff. Please, what you've done, you don't understand.
You make one more move, you're going back in the time bubble.
I need you to hand me the
Everything
stick.
is lost. No, I cannot. I cannot hand you this.
You
Listen,
have to.
my son's
you die.
life is at stake. If I do not deliver, Thurin
You
Oak
cannot deliver anything if you are dead. Who is Thurin?
alive and the map, then if I do not deliver those to Damodar, then my son's life is forfeit. And you have killed that one. It's very... stirred the hornet's nest, and more will come, I'm sure. But believe what I am saying. Please, I have to do this. And begins to sidestep along the wall, just like kind of inching on it.
All right, he's gonna. Maldo's gonna grab him so he can't take off.
All right. Go ahead and make an athletics check, please. All right, natural 20. Continues to inch away from you. Please, back up, please!
Before you can go too far, I'll stasis him again.
Okay. Gonna make a save.
I'm keeping an active eye on the body of Kristoff, though, because I don't trust that whole thing.
Frozen in place. As they're frozen in place, the lighting of your Twilight Sanctuary begins to spurt and close. Begins to move, and this energy about the space, the central light, begins to kind of dim and suck inwards. It's like the lighting in the room is being brought in to one source that seems to grow over top or the side of Kristoff's body. Thanos, you're invisible now. So the lighting condition happens. As this begins to grow and envelop, it forms into this figure of a large humanoid without any sort of legs as it hovers and spirals down from the bottom of its body. This black figure is very amorphous in its frame, but its musculature can be seen, kind of these ears and a little bit of the face and the horns and the teeth, and it has this large gauntlet in its hand. As it kind of holds the gauntlet out towards it, begins to pull towards Kristoff as Kristoff pulls from the ground as it's being brought upwards. And you can see that Kristoff begins to kind of collapse in on themselves as the guts and the bones and the body smash and become bits and pieces dribbling upon the floor, and the armor and the weapon are put into the mound, and this ball moves it with some sort of force and just kind of holds it here and kind of puts it into the gauntlet, turns it around and clenches it. And then as the figure kind of pulls itself to and looks, it does not seem to have any perceptions, not looking in a direction, right? It's just kind of sent here for one purpose, it seems, as this figure and the kind of breaks apart from the lighting. And the lighting is put back. The figure and Kristoff are gone.
If
As that happens,
the questions.
The lighting from your sanctuary now pushes back outwards, and the stasis.
All right, get ready to grab
Once
him.
again.
Yeah,
So
gonna grab him.
well, as he was in in stasis, like before he came out, I'll be like holding my greatsword to his throat. Can I like intimidate him into standing still and dropping the fucking staff?
You got to say something that would be intimidating. You can't just ask for a check if you're not going to intimidate them. You got to intimidate them.
Yeah, drop it or die.
My life would be forfeit anyways if I drop the staff, and none of you can hold it in you. I'm the only one who can. My son's life means more than my own. Back,
Please.
I lead you back.
Listen to me.
How?
We want nothing more than to stop a life from being lost. We want your son to be home safe as well. In order for us to help you do that, you need to communicate with us. So please, tell us what's going on.
I have
and
communicated with you. I have told you to leave. I have told you that my son's life is at stake, and I have told you the two pieces that would save my son's life, and now you have killed the member of the Black Hand, Kristoff.
Hey, Freemark,
He
answer
was an
him.
have-
asshole.
How many other people's sons will be in danger, though, if we let this go?
You believe that my son's life, their value, means nothing in comparison.
Can I
Was
whisper
set
telepathically
out
to
in this quest. You can whisper anything telepathically. I mean, you're telepathically speaking. You don't have to whisper it, but you can just telepathically.
Yeah.
They do?
True. I don't want to interrupt you though.
No, go, I mean, go for it.
I was just gonna like telepathically tell Maldor to grab him at the same time that I do, and we jointly grapple him and wrestle the staff away.
Yep.
Okay. So as they're kind of speaking, you're going to wrestle and take the staff away?
Yeah.
All right. So who's going for the grapple checks here?
So Maldor and I. So like, I guess Maldor would hold him, and I would take the staff away. Do it
Okay.
at the same time. I don't know how to.
So
how you wanna do
Lucar,
that?
you are going to take the staff away, and the Maldor is going to grapple.
Yes.
Okay. So I need both of you to make athletic checks.
Is there like advantage on it with the two of us, or no?
No, because you're taking two different targets. So you're going for the athletic
Okay.
check to grab the staff out of the hands, and the Maldor is going for an athletic check to grapple the body again. So Maldor with a natural 20, you're easily able to get them grappled and get them towards the wall, and now you can start working on getting them restrained if that's what you're going to attempt to do. Lucar with
Yeah,
a
I'm gonna
21,
put
you
manacles
rip,
on him.
you rip out the staff from their hands, and as you do that, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. "23, a voice beckons within your mind. The black shroud begins to envelop you. Who dare bears the staff of Ashtar? As the voice echoes in your mind, you kind of fall backwards. You're prone and unconscious.
Oops.
No! Fremar begins to look towards Lucar, who's now unconscious with the staff in hand, almost frozen, holding it towards the back. What have you done? His life is surely lost now. My book, my tome, I need it! He reaches towards one of the altars.
What is in your book?
It's a spell book. I have a way to end this. You have to let me go. Your life, his life will be gone. The voice continues.
And what?
The voice continues, Lucar, in your mind. Do you respond?
Yes. Who is Ashtar? Who are you?
Ashtar is one great champion of the Black Hand that existed long ago. Served me willingly and formed this staff with my help.
And you are?
Disembodied with my domain. I am Bane. You hold a precious artifact in your hand.
What do you want?
I want one thing. And one thing only. I seek retribution for crimes against my people. My followers.
I can respect a drive for retribution, but why?
Pause in that conversation. Switch over. Okay, you were saying, Zeph?
I was just asking, Tremar, what will happen? You need to start explaining things, otherwise we have no idea what you're trying to do.
And I
We
restrain
have
the
to assume
manacles.
the worst.
I need my spellbook. It is the only thing that I know that can help them. I might be able to remove the curse, but you have to allow me to do it.
Yeah,
Please.
His intentions on that?
Sure.
Varus, go and see if he has a spellbook over there.
25
I'll run
insight.
over. Yeah, I'll
They
run over
are-
to see if there's a spell book.
They have been slightly sweaty, palpitations, frantic, stressed. Kristoff had died. They became even more so. They were also looking to see how they can kind of achieve both goals. of what it is that people are talking about, but now they've become quite confident in that they've kind of switched over to a more helpful, confident nature, being like, I may be able to help. It's now showing a little bit of their intelligence and maybe the fact that they can do this, but they're a little bit unsure, right? They don't know if they can or not. They have to consult their spell book and look through their notes and try to see if they can remove. Clearly, they thought about it themselves. They just mentioned they cannot give anybody the staff.
I'm still unsure of this whole situation, but he definitely thinks he might be able to help. So I say let's him try.
All right, I'll find the spell book if it's on the table or anything.
You look towards the altar towards the right. There's many different sorts of ritualized spell components that are about this. You're looking for a particular spell book. You find a spell book that's kind of tucked to the left side of the body. That's kind of opened up. It states a very particular writing upon it. It gives towards an individual known as Fremar Berlew, and it says the Wizarding School of Glenlar, property of. It notes it as a spellbook that was maybe purchased and bought or from some place called Glenlar. You're able to grab that. It's just a decently leather-bound spellbook. I mean, there's just notes and certain things. It's brown and black towards the edging, and there's spells in here. I mean, this is not any different than Varys, but you would have a spellbook. So in the side tabs, right? In the side tabs, you have notes towards the spells, and you're sort of looking through as you kind of make way back. Fremar is now manacled towards the kind of bound here at the wrists. And you can also manacle the legs, and there's a chain that goes between, fully restraining them by both their legs and their arms. So Maldor is doing that right now. Kind of gets them. They're completely ignoring that right now. So they're shifting the chains as they look in the direction of the spellbook. Give it here, please.
Tell the wizard where to look. Don't hand him the book.
I can't do the same magic he does. Give it
I know,
to
but
my...
I want you to verify what it is he's looking for before we let him see it.
What spell do you need?
Scholarly pursuit, I see. I'm surprised you're with. Looks towards Maldor. Can't comprehend how to use magic properly. No, you need to go towards the back of the spellbook, the last index section, chapter 3, volume 2. And you must find Article 17 in there. It's Leon created. From there, it'll explain that I've been working on a ritual that perhaps can remove the curse, which is essentially a remove curse spell, but its notes have been essentially brought and taken on it, to remove the bindings of the staff from my being.
Okay, and I'll flip to the back of it really quickly and scan it. Does it look like something I could even cast?
So you're going through trying to find this. You're going to go back and pause towards the conversation. In the time of old, period of creation, deities made way to many worlds on the prime material plane to attempt to influence. Pelor was one that graciously placed beacons of its power here on this world. I, in my domain, saw this as an abomination to create wells, direct pathways to place thy power on a world that we should not own. It is a crime
I see.
beyond your imagination.
And this is what you seek retribution on?
I seek the removal of these wells, and one of which is called by your kind the Sun Tree. It was something that the Black Hand, my most trusted followers and devoted, were tasked with destroying. But in order to do so, we must have a piece of it. The Staff of Ashtar is a combination of the Sun Tree and my domain. With it, Ashtar was able to bring forth many Black Hand into bodies of fallen Pelor paladins and clerics in the time of crusades. You will take this staff, as I can see. You are very much endowed with divine might. I can feel the energy about you. But yet there was something off. You should not exist here. No matter. Do what you will. See as Lucar begins to arise, the eyes black energy. Lucar, you're out of your body, possessed. Freemar's diligently looking through as Varys is diligently looking through the spell book. Eventually you're able to find that specific part, begin to read, and see as Freemar's kind of moving the manacles over and shifting and pointing towards some of the things and kind of turn the book, and you can continue the conversation happening on the other end.
Maldor, we have to let him cast this spell before anything happens to Lucar.
Does it appear to be what he said it was?
Does it appear to be what it says he was?
It seems to be a remove curse spell that has been tailored fit to attempting to remove a binding of a curse that the staff seems to place on individuals.
Yes, it is.
Very well, give him the book. I would warn you, Necromancer. If the dragon dies, you die.
I also cast guidance on Freemar just in case. I don't know how this works, but
holding the book outwards, looks, grabs the robe, manacles, is grabbing spell components and certain things. I need room. I need space. Then Lucar begins to rise at this point with the staff. Oh no! Oh, it must be Bane. Must be speaking to him. Grabs and begins to place certain things around Lucar's feet. Begins to etch like a circle, chalk around, salt.
If I can help him in any way,
kind of hands you certain
like
components outwards. It gives you certain things, so you can do it as well. And then as you're setting more components down and kind of talking to you, doing these things, Freemar begins to invoke, chant throughout the book, begins to speak lighting of the ring begins to come alight. A voice booms from the mouth of Lucar. You will not win. You will fail. And you will die a most gruesome death. It may not be now, but it will be soon. Your friend grabs as Lucar stretches and points the staff in the direction of the roots of the Sun Tree.
Can I cast Hold Person?
Go ahead.
And I'm going to use my bonus action to give subtract the Bardic Inspiration.
Okay. Alright, you can target and then cast it if you'd like, or I can do a manual saving throw, it's fine too.
I forget how... Does the feature just... Unsettling words...
You just click it to expend the use of it, if you'd like. You can also just manually... You gotta manually change, most likely, your Bardic Inspiration uses, right? I went ahead and rolled the d8, and I can subtract that from the saving throw. So either way, I can manually roll the saving throw, or you can target and click the spell out. That'll at least allow Lucar to, Steven, for you to roll your own saving throw here. All right, 27 is the roll. With a 7 on the D8 is a 20. They're not held. As Lucar begins to step outside of the circle, everyone to attempt to hold them back at this point. Athletic checks, whatever it takes. I'm not done yet. There's more time needed. We can steal
Try
hours.
to hold him play.
You said athletics.
Athletics, you can give someone advantage to. So if someone wants to sublet theirs and give it towards Maldor, you can do that too. Tegan, you can't take part in this just simply because
Yeah.
you are there. And then Thanos, I don't know where you are in position. It seems like you're kind of clinging towards the back end of the shadows. So
Yeah, I would have been looking through stuff back here. More interested in this than anything that's going on.
okay, so I have a 15 and a 16, Zeph, and you're going to go ahead and give it to Maldor. Maldor, you can make another
Roll
athletics
again.
check for the advantage. Yep. All right, Lucar, I need you to make an athletics check, please.
Oh crap!
Natural.
Yeah.
Oh,
One to-
no.
Oh,
God.
Gets to step
Uh,
outside of the ring. Oh no. Hold them! Begins to gather the material components, kicking them. Certain things are happening, right? So Varys, you're trying to assist with that. As
Can I
Lucar continues?
attack of opportunity as he steps away?
You can, if you want.
Let's do that.
Like a grapple.
No, I'm going to hit him.
Oh, okay.
Coming for the good smack.
No, I'm not going to.
13.
God.
Ping, bounces off the metallic armor. Unable to strike. Lucar
Where am
continues
I
to move.
actually right now? In limbo?
You're in a black, empty void space. And at this present time, we're going to go ahead and pause this. As now, Lucar, you're just walking, right? So you only move a certain amount of feet because you're just kind of walking towards as they're now kind of regathering themselves, running and moving the components. Freemar is manacled, so they cannot move. So they're kind of shifting their manacles and things.
I'm going to, if I can, I'm going to also use my last third level spell so I cast also Hold Person on them.
Okay, so go ahead and throw it out. And then just prompt you for a save here, Lucar.
I'm gonna cast a paladin.
All right, Lucar is going to fail.
Oh, there we
11
go.
on the saving throw. Now they're kind of held and frozen in place. As that happens, you see the barrier of the held begins to vibrate and move. This will not last. Most likely,
Yeah,
no
I'll,
saving
I'll
throw will
go
be needed.
quickly.
Freemar manacles continue to enchant things. You have to set the spell components. I can't help you from here, but I can
Yep,
still
yep.
enchant and invoke. Begins to
Here,
continue.
give me it all.
sending
And I get all
outwards with the
spell
manacles and certain
components
things.
Put them around them.
Take the satchel off of the,
I'll help
of the rope,
Varys.
right? Certain side steps to get all the spell components and begin to kind of set them down, doing the best you can. Freemar is continuing to enchant and invoke there towards the wall, sending out these words, speaking in Celestial primarily is the language, speaking towards removal between both domain of Pelor and Bane, essentially kind of holding upon the power of Pelor to push it through the staff and then break the curse. It's essentially what's happening. As the hold comes through, we're now going to pause. We'll come towards Lucar. So now we're going to pause the conversation here and go towards the conversation with Lucar. So Lucar, are you saying anything at this point? Now that you're in this space and this thing has been talking to you, giving you this information?
I think right before we ended last time, I was just going to say that I have retribution of my own to carry out and no room for any others, and ask if in his, Bane's quest for retribution, he's somehow made, a pact or alliance with this dark energy entity that is, my sworn enemy.
I do not know what you speak of. But I can see
Freemar,
the fear that plagues your heart.
your agent, the bearer of the staff before, said he was doing the bidding of Damodar.
They are put into a particular place, and their will is weak. Their love of their son. Damodar is insignificant in comparison. But they are powerful on your world, and they are useful.
Damodar is.
Yes.
And what do you know about the entity that they are in league with?
I do not know.
If you can't help me, I can't help you.
What makes you think that this is mutual? See as tendrils of necrosis begin to sprout from your eyes.
Okay. Some dice.
See as Lucar just falls down. The hold ends. They lose their breath. They're brought to 0. Still standing with the staff.
Cure wounds.
Okay. Healed back. Lucar, you reappear in the space, disappearing for a brief moment of blackness. Back into the void.
Scar?
Gar, you're still possessed. Eyes now kind of arise, still black. You begin to breathe.
Just Freemar, how's he doing on his
You push forward. Freemar's continuing to invoke. This takes some time. It's a full thing.
I'm
Continues.
gonna hold person him
invoke.
again just to make sure he can't go anywhere.
Okay. See as Lucar continuing to press forward towards the roots of the sun tree, and Varys is going to go off for another hold.
I don't know why. Okay, there it goes. It wouldn't let me target him for a second.
Thou shalt
Are you
not
able
target
to do
friends.
anything to try
No.
and return to my body, or no?
Cannot.
Let's go.
Nice. You just did something. You willed yourself
did.
to be really shitty at resisting.
Apparently.
Failing natural 1.
Freemar, hurry
It will
up!
be but a moment. This is it's complicated. I'm in these chains. Can't move my
Can I go
hands
over there
properly.
and take them off. Can I take
You
the
don't
manacles
have
off?
you don't have the key. Maldor is the one who
Maldor, Maldor, toss me the key,
Fine, release it.
and then I'll go and take them off.
Okay. Take him off. At that point, grabs and continues to enchant and invoke, making way with the hands and the motions. It kind of now shifts and kind of moves, kind of sidesteps their chains and begins. Then the hold ends.
I'll hold again.
Okay.
And I'll assist Maldor if he's trying to grab him if the hold person fails.
Use the move. Lugar the 14 fails again. Paralyzed. As this enchanting seems to conclude here. It's this whole end here as it concludes. The staff in the held just kind of shovels and moves. And then as that hold ends, Lugar lets go of the staff, and the staff hits into the ground. While that happened, Lucar, in your mind, you were brought back into the void. And you kind of felt yourself, you could feel yourself in this void. this place between spaces. Maybe you're being projected. It's unclear. It's just a manifestation of your mind. And in that moment, seems to be an infinite amount of time. And no voice comes to you from Bane. You may speak, you may say something, nothing. And as you finally come to and you open your eyes inside of your body, you're unclear of how long it's actually been.
Okay, so as I open my eyes and look around and try to regain my bearings, I just say, well, that was unpleasant.
You'll see me like
What-
out of breath.
what
just
happened?
Because I had to use so much spells to hold you still, and just be like, "Welcome back. Don't touch that fucking staff."
You were apparently possessed. Someone shovel that thing into the damn bag of holding. But don't touch it. I am utterly sick of gods and their machinations. You, what the fuck were you doing here? Who are these corpses?
I have already explained. I mean, staff, I need it to bring back Thurin Okan. Thurin Okan needs to be alive. And
Who is Theron Oakland?
Thurin Okan is in the casket there, points the one just to your back.
And why does he need to be alive?
Thurin Okan, I believe, is in possession of information or knowledge that would lead to a place that is referred to as the Pass of Unyielding.
It's the place
What
that we
does
were
it-
told we needed to go, right?
Was it?
I don't
Yeah, when we asked the old wizard guy, we're like, where do we need to go? And he goes, the Pastor and Yielding.
know.
I thought he wanted us to go to the Isle of the Blessed.
Yeah, Isle of the Blessed.
Yeah.
The Path of Unyielding came from Gluhar Baloo was looking for it, or somebody mentioned it, I'm pretty sure. But yes, I have heard that name before as well.
Yeah, I just know.
As
whatever
you've
his-
probably seen in my spellbook, my name is Fremar Baloo. I am brother to Gular Baloo. That is my brother's body there. I've been using my brother's body to extract information from their deceased mind. The staff is not fully formed and it's missing a piece, but yet it still has much of its power left. And it enables me to get information, bits and fragments at a time. The riddles and cryptic, but I have made headway in the years here. I figured out that they came to information that a Thurin Oakhand might have been given some sort of key to gain access to this place.
What is in this place? What is so important about it? Why was your brother obsessed with it?
I don't know that. I don't know why there was obsessions, this madness that drew my brother. I have not seen or heard from my brother in many, many years. Understand, my humble life in Melandar, I was a well-studied wizard in Glenlaw, administrator of the Mirren Palace, and, well, I had my son and my daughter, and we had a life. And Gular, when we were kids, well, was much older than me. When we were kids, we might have had a couple of years blend in Glenlaw, but beyond that, I did not show prowess in the wizarding arts like my brother did, and my brother, well, it moved on to different things. And I lost contact. I hadn't heard. And then one dreadful night, this individual came to my house in Melandar, and they were Damodar. And they told me that they had taken my son, and that I must figure out how and why Gular's madness, and what they knew and what they were about. And they simply stated 2 pieces of information. I needed to find a map and a key. That was it. And that Gular would hold the answers. So of course, they were buried here in the crypt. I had to find them and extract the information somehow. I didn't quite know how to do that. That's
So you found Oakhand. Did you find the map?
I have not. I have not, but I believe that this chest has something to do with that. I have sent out into the marshes of Unveiling, and well, I might me not personally, but that was Kristoff's ordeal. I believe that there was something stashed away in a place known as Thixia, and that it could be within the treasury of a tower known as Sotoric, from my investigations. And, well, we were found this chest, and it's locked. And I haven't opened it yet, but I believe that this might hold the key, or the map, or something. But regardless, Thurin Oakhand was a name that was inside of my brother's mind, and surely enough, I found them. They're buried here in this crypt. And no matter what I did to extract information from Thurin's mind, I was unable. Thurin is, well, much older. Their decay and process, and, well, I do not believe that they have any stability for me to extract information out. In order to do this, I needed power. The staff is weak, but the Sun Tree gives it. It's somehow they're connected, and well, I was able to get the power from, and that's why there's some corruption here. As far as I'm sure there's been disappearances around Othema. Well, it's not particularly my fault. I tried to stop Kristoff, but we were simply trying to refuel the staff. It requires many different components, and souls and spirits are one of them. It does not need to consume the entirety of it. Kristoff did not want to leave anything to chance and kill them. Yes, I scrubbed the scenes clean. I will admit to that, but beyond that, I did not kill them.
So it was Kristoff who killed Randall Gurn, then?
Business with Randall Gurn was very troubling. I had told Kristoff that I had felt a piece of the staff. The staff was communicating to me. And that when Randall made way to the city, I could feel that it was close. And of course, I put two and two together. Randall is known as the Collector. And I know of them and their studies and their research, and, well, they're quite schooled in the Empyrean College. They know a lot. And why would someone like that come to a foolish city filled with idiot paladins? No offense. It just didn't make sense. So I figured they might have this same piece. That's why they're here. And well, I went over to figure it out, and we didn't go there when Randall was there. Try to find it. If I had the piece, then perhaps it would be enough power to go into Thurin Oakhand's mind. Then I can figure this information out. And I can see if they did have the key or the map or something. And, well, when we were there, as you could imagine, Randall did show up. Fight broke out. And I pleaded mercy for Kristoff, but Kristoff wouldn't have it. And cut Randall down.
How did Kristoff and the Black Hand become involved in this plot to begin with, if you were doing the bidding of Damodar?
Well, the staff is how I got this information. I knew that this investigation would need something of great power, and I communicated that to Damodar. They gave me a coin that I simply kiss it, and they will come. It's in my pocket here. Well, so my investigation was stunted. It was not something I could do with my own power. I'm not a necromancer. I know nothing of necromantic things. Mainly a illusionist. That's really where my talents lie.
That
So
makes sense.
I told Damodar that we needed something, and well, that is when Kristoff showed up with the staff. At least what was of it. What I do know, what I believe is that the Black Hand is not actually, they're not in service to Damodar. I believe that they're just simply working together. Black Hand is not something that would, if they are coming about again, they have great power and will. They do not serve anyone but Bane. So if this is happening, then there must be some sort of relationship that's rather symbiotic. Yes.
How did you take possession of the staff without becoming Bane's servant?
All I know is that when I took the staff, I had voices from Bane, and I quickly understood that the staff was cursed somehow, that there must be some magic that pulls from that domain and curses you to it, your soul, your spirit. But I was willing to do this for the sake of my son, and perhaps that is why it didn't overtake me as it did you.
Bane seemed of a singular purpose: to destroy the Sun Tree.
Yes.
That was not what you were doing here.
No, but I saw you fight a little bit, and I've seen a paladin fight, and I've seen Kristoff fight, so I'm putting two and two together that you must be blessed with divine power, yes?
I don't know.
Okay, well,
probably
lackluster there for a
hatred.
response. I thought we'd get a little bit more out of you there. It seems I'm narrating or monologuing at this point with your questions. I haven't really talked to a whole lot of individuals, so this is nice to have a pleasant conversation in the midst of this. I don't
Okay.
call it pleasant,
Well,
but
I have
I'm not quite
questions
finished
for you
yet.
real quick.
I'm not.
Okay. Go ahead.
Continue on the point there for your friend. What's your name, Paladin? There,
Lucar.
Lucar. Well, the staff is, what? If it pulls from the Sun Tree and the power is the same, then perhaps it is imbued with both domains.
It
And
is. That's what
if-
Bane said.
Yes, well, if that is true, and you are blessed by the divine, then perhaps you hold some sort of power that I don't have to the staff.
That I don't understand. I was transported someplace. Darkness and void.
It could be some
Wait, how do I go there?
extension of Bane's domain. It could be some sort of projection for your spirit, for your soul.
Felt that way, and like an eternity.
Yeah, it's felt like an eternity.
Mm.
Even now, for me, it's been quite a long time since I've last seen my son.
I have more questions than answers.
Well, I think that our conversations can continue, yes. No need for violence at this point, but I want to make it clear that the two will have, in order for my son to live, we need, they must go to Damodar, you see. There's no way about that. I can give you information, and I can speak to you of truth, but I will accept any consequence after the fact. By thy lord, or whatever, if you want to cut me down after, I can see this one points towards Meldor. Not to speak any offense, but you definitely have a hate to your eyes.
That's just my resting face.
Oh, I see. And your... Yes. So, well, we can continue, but I do want to make it clear that if there's a map or key in the chest, and whatever those two must go to Damodar for my son to live, yes? Are we agreed to that?
You were
No.
presented with a few problems. You said that you needed the piece of the tree to finish your work. We've already given that piece back to the tree. It doesn't exist anymore.
Did what?
Yeah,
Yes,
the
we found
staff
it.
will never be completed.
It cannot be whole.
Cannot be whole.
There is always another way to save your son included, I'm sure.
There is no other way. I've
How do you know?
exhausted all options.
On your own.
You think that you can stand to the power of Damodar?
I think that we've been tasked to, whether we want to or not.
Yeah. Then you have been put on a foolish errand, and you will surely die.
Yes, I'm aware.
And Kristoff said that we would die too, and who walked out of that alive?
Not to be rude, but Kristoff is quite young and reckless. Even though they are a member of the Black Hand, I could see that their will was... Well, they were put to haste quite often with their violence. Such
Among
a delicate
other
matter as this.
indulgences.
Yes, well, I was aware of some things, but I could not put... Father's burden is quite large.
Thanos,
So-
does that chest strike you as familiar? It seems to be from your part of the world.
That's what I was going to ask when we got done with all that. Do I recognize anything on this chest? Anything about
Yeah,
the
so
chest?
this chest itself, to you, going off of the languages, it has Sylvan runes to it. So the metal etching, it's a metal reinforced chest with gold and silver etchings towards the metal welds. There is a tumbler-like lock. They're in Sylvan runes, and they relate to you, Thanos, that it is essentially letters, right? So it's a 10-lettered fragment. It could be a name, it could be a place, it could be multiple things put together, right? But it is 10 in the tumbler, so you have to kind of fiddle through and find that. Now, the runes that are on it, the Sylvan runes, they relate to a place that you know of, referred to as Soltoric Tower. Soltoric Tower, underneath is a dungeon, and this dungeon was once a treasury. So this kind of checks out in the way that Fremar has related it. So that checks out completely, telling the truth to that. This treasury is not a thing anymore, right? It's been exploited. Vault doors have been destroyed, right? Certain things have changed over time. The chest is weathered and decayed like the wood is, right? So it's kind of weathered and decayed, but it's still there. It still maintains its structure, which suggests that it's really well reinforced and protected in its craftsmanship. So that is the information you can get right off the bat. So you don't need to check for that.
Looking at the 10 letters, does it seem like there's any pattern to them? Does every like, I guess, tumbler have the same letters on them, or are they different letters across the different tumblers?
They are different sets of letters across the tumbler. We don't need to go into the letters per se of each tumbler sequence. What you can understand to it is that each tumbler is 10 letters worth. Creates a very complicated thing here, right? You can imagine 10, 10, 10, 10, and you got to fit that into whatever it is. You don't have particular experience with these locks, like direct experience, but you do have indirect experience in that individuals, Thixian citizens, people that lived in Thixia, that this was a way to lock their chests. They used tumbler locks. And so if you found a chest throughout your hunting, and someone had a chest, then most likely would have the same lock to it. And they would be put into phrasing of usually names or a place, They use acronyms, abbreviations for individuals if they're kind of grouping things together.
Okay. I'm just thinking here. You said it's 10 across as well, correct? So 10
Yeah, so
on the
it's-
tumblers and then 10 across.
Yeah, so 10 on the tumblers and then 10 across. It's 10, 10.
How many combinations could it be, really?
Oh, only
What is that? 10
1,000,
million?
Wilson.
Can I go
lot.
to the lock and see how many combinations that would be?
Maybe
Like,
it's 10.
A
I
lot.
mean, it'd be 10 times 10, so that's what, 10
Well,
million?
no, it's
No,
more like
it's a
10
lot
to
more
the
than
power
that.
No,
of
no,
10.
no. It's 10 to the power of 10 is what it is.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, that's where I got the 10 million from.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
9
it's a lot.
zeros.
You got you had the correct, yeah. So it's a massive amount of combination.
I'm looking that up.
Actually, I
Is
guess
there
that's
any-
1 billion because it's 9 zeros.
Yeah, 10 billion.
Well, we got
10
2 more hours of stream.
10 to the
boys.
power of 10 is 10 billion. Yeah.
Oh,
Is there
10
any
billion.
way I could like comprehend languages and see if I can figure this out?
You can use comprehend languages and then roll intelligence check if you're trying to figure it out. That's fine. Fremore has their spell book, and they're actually consulting that, going to a particular article in there. As you're now looking towards the chest, it seems your attention is kind of turned, and they're looking in the spell book. I have been working on unlocking this, and I've made some progress, and just kind of stumping through it and attempting to do it. If someone has thieves' tools, you can also use your thieves' tools to unlock it. But if you do not have thieves' tools, it would be flat intelligence checks to attempt to figure out
I have
what this might be.
I have a thieves'
Can I tr-
crowbar.
Can I try
So
to
just- you can
dismantle
also just
it
break
with my
it.
smith's tools? Yeah.
Yeah, you can also just try to break the chest too, which is a flat strength check.
Anybody who tries to open it, I'm going to give them guidance, but
I was gonna try to make an intelligence check, but if they're gonna break it, I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
no,
I
I
would-
was joking. Yeah.
well, I was just going to say I would definitely lean toward the non-destructive method first
all right. Well,
because we don't know
if
what's
you-
inside.
Can someone help me do this? I don't even know how you would help do this.
Channel the brain juice.
Yeah.
I mean, I would assume I could probably help you since I can already read the language, but that's about it.
Yeah.
All right. I guess I'll make an intelligence check.
I guess I'll give him guidance then. Not that
Oh.
it matters.
That is not good.
Natural 1. Yeah, you're not
Yeah.
figuring this out. That's too difficult to do. You're trying to figure out the combinations, and you immediately yell out, "Words! It could be anything."
This could be like 10 million combinations, and then I'll just like walk away.
What was Thorin Oakhand's pet's name? When's his birthday?
There you go.
So here's a question: if Damodar is this all-powerful being that we should be quaking in our boots over, and he wants this corpse, and he wants whatever's in that bloody chest, and you have them both right here, then why is he simply not strolled in here and taken?
Yeah, what does he need you for?
I assume he has a lot going on.
He's just too busy.
What does a regent do for their king or their lord? They simply help out for the facets of their daily life, and it can get complicated. I don't aim to understand of Damodar's intentions here, putting me to the task, but it could be the connection I have with my brother and understanding maybe what would drive Gular mad. It could be, it could simply be that my intelligence of the matter could be more than theirs. I don't know. I have no idea. I have been relaying information as I've discovered it. I have been telling and communicating to them, and each time they assure me that my son's life is preserved and that I am doing an excellent job.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What makes you think he's not lying to you?
Well, there's that possibility. And I have to accept that possibility, but as a father, I must ignore it.
Ignoring anything seems foolish.
Well,
'Cause
there's
what-
many
the
tales of foolish fathers doing many things for their sons, yes?
they're also idiots.
I
Because
think
what's
that we
the
might
consequence
agree
Yeah, I
to
think
disagree
I
on
think
that.
he understands that.
Yes, I think we're beyond
think-
that, aren't we?
No,
I think he
we're never
understands
beyond
that it might not be the smartest thing to do, but that he has to do it anyway.
I have
because
I have the
he's
coin. I mean, I could kiss this and it's about the coin. I can kiss this and
No,
Hammer will be
no,
here.
don't
No,
do
no,
that.
That seems
Oh.
like a bad idea. Yes.
Yes, well,
We've seen what he does to those who fail him. I don't think he would fare well.
yeah.
I've also seen him cast higher level magic than I've ever seen cast before in my life. And the only reason we survived that encounter is because someone else cast equally high level magic.
Yes. Well, here in my notes, I believe that this chest, in its combination, it could be something to where it comes from, and it might put in ownership of something. Given the combination here, I believe that the first two of the Sylvan language here is TO, which simply stands, I believe, for Third Ocan.
And that's all you got so far?
That's all I have. I mean, the last 8 there could be quite literally anything. It could be something
I mean,
related
that
to.
does eliminate 2 billion possibilities. So
Yeah, so I believe that's good work. I mean,
No,
possession of this
I'm,
chest for some time.
I'm definitely not judging you. I'm just asking.
Yes, well, there was. You could be in awe of me, I suppose, but it's possible.
Well, that's
We're not.
stretching.
Sure.
Stretching. Oh, well.
So,
Anyways.
you believe those are the first 2 letters?
Yes, the first 2 letters. I believe that this is very common in their language, and these chests, from what I've gathered, is that they will put the name abbreviated and then a place or a thing, and kind of puts it in essentially that this is the ownership of this to something, right? So TO is what I refer to maybe the Third Ocan, but it could mean TO to some others, and that could be a whole place, right? But TO, it seems awfully odd that is the same initials of the individual that lies in the casket, which was the name that my brother had within their mind.
Where did you say
Can
this chest was found again?
Siltoric Tower in the Treasury.
Can I try something?
Varus, how many letters are in Siltoric?
I don't speak that language.
Look, Maldor's an idiot. I'm just trying to help in the smallest ways
No,
that
no.
I can.
It is 8.
There's 10 possibilities, right? 10 letters that are possible. If I got that from the description right.
Yes.
Total, yeah.
And then
Which we
there's
believe we have
10
2 of
different
them.
locks.
Yes.
Okay. So there's 10 letters that are possible. Across 10 different locks. Is that what I'm getting? What if me and Fremar, what if me and you worked on this together and maybe we could crack this?
You know, we do know a rather short-statured individual that could also help.
There's also true. He could probably just unlock it. He wouldn't have to go through the code.
Can I try something? This is kind of a long shot. Would I be able to, just looking at the log, would I be able, I know that this is unlikely given the age, but would I be able to tell just from looking at if it seems like certain combinations have more wear on them?
Spray it with some luminol.
That would be where it goes into the thieves' tools, right? That would be your kind of thieves' tools check. So you'd have to still roll an intelligence, right, check to see, right, which ones look to be that way. Perception-wise, it's a very difficult thing to perceive. So you'd still fall under the realm of investigation, right? You'd still be kind of thumbing through, investigating what might be more weird, because you're looking at the age of something, which, when you investigate like a body, how old the person's been deceased, you roll investigation. So,
I mean, I can try to go at it again, but I figured if I had your help, we'd probably be more successful. see if we can crack this.
We can surely try. I can help. Anyway, I don't know. Your friend had a suggestion. What was that again?
But you mentioned
me?
it was the
No, the one that has anger and the resting angered eyes.
you mentioned that they like to use the names of places, and we have the name of a place. I didn't know how to spell it, though.
Yes,
How long the word is or if it
Sotoric.
fits.
Yes, Sotoric could be the last 8. That is possible. We can try it.
Have you tried to put a combination into this yet?
No,
Is it
I have
trapped?
not. I don't know.
Okay.
Going to stand over here.
Yes, perhaps everyone should step back, and I will be the one to give this a try.
Okay.
Seeing
Where's
as how I'm also
the-
probably the only one that knows how to.
So what is happening with the staff? Just wanting to understand.
I think we
thought
were
it-
going to scoop it into the bag of holding or something.
Yeah,
But
I would
nobody had
probably
to touch
like.
it.
I probably would have using like a dagger or something, some way of not touching it directly, and just scooped it into the bag.
Let's see. No one has Mage Hand.
No,
Nope.
I don't think so.
Okay.
So I was just
Should
I
have
was
taken
like,
that one.
I do. I can do it.
Okay.
I could make the Echo run up and punch it and try to hit it into the bag.
You can't pick
I
up
see
stuff?
Mage Hand from Deacon. Yeah, Deacon, you can Mage Hand the staff into the bag of holding. That's fine. Okay. Takes care of that. Sees now. Fremar takes a step back as well.
Everybody step back. Thanos is going to try something.
Zeph, Lucar, would you guys?
hold on, I was checking a different scene real quick.
I'm going to drag Lucar over if he's not willing.
right.
I will go ahead and put TO and then Siltoric into the chest if the combination works.
Okay. So you put Tio and then Soltoric into the chest as you finish the last rounding there. And it makes a series of clicking noise and tiny little gear mechanisms. Your 2 pins. The chest pops a little bit.
I will go ahead and lean down to check to see if there's anything in the chest that looks like it's going to hurt me. And then I'll open the chest.
All right, so
Like
make
bright
an
light.
investigation or perception if you're trying to find like tripwire or something that would stand out to you as a problem.
I feel like for Thanos, it would be more of like something inside the chest, like a
Okay.
monster. But yeah, same thing. Perception.
Monster inside of the chest.
It's a mimic.
Yeah, you
You
never know.
All right, 12
I'm
perception.
pretty
You
good
don't.
guidance.
You don't.
Guidance touch. Aren't you too far away?
No, I cast it before I stepped away.
Oh,
Because
roll
whatever
if
you
you
did
want.
next, I was.
It's your choice.
I'll just take the
Yeah.
12. I'll save that for something else.
He said,
Taking the
"Nope."
12. 12, you don't see anything that would stand out to you as a monster or anything that
Okay.
would deal harm to you.
I will go ahead and open the chest then.
All
Baby
right.
dragon.
Opening the chest, and you make a dexterity. I'm just kidding. So as you look in the chest itself, you kind of crack it open. It's nicely velvet lined with this green kind of velvet or the felt, right? Lines through it. There's an engraving at the underneath the actual lid of the chest itself. This engraving that is there seems to state something rather odd. It says "Journey's End meets when you find the one the key was put into," and that is in Sylvan, and it's etched into the chest, spaced by the actual felt that lines the bottom of it. Then chat.
Okay.
There is brambles of dried leaves, sorts of flower petals and other things, and they are nestled around a piece of parchment that is old and is put into a scroll at the center of that. And there is a tiny bit of vine, greenish brown, that's essentially like something that's been stripped from a plant that's used to tie around and hold the scroll together.
Interesting. I will go ahead and pull the scroll out and look towards Varys.
Okay. What are you doing?
I'm just kind of like holding it here because I don't really want to I don't play with paper, so I don't want to like ruin it. So I'm just kind of like holding it out, like.
I'll grab it and unroll the scroll.
Okay, so you grab it and roll the scroll. As you do, there doesn't seem to be anything on one side, and you turn it to the other side. And as you're staring at it, the writing begins to dot black ink. It simply says, "Key is in map bearer."
The journey ends me when he was put into. The key is in the map bearer.
So that sounds like he was literally put inside someone's body. So it would have been this. I forget his name already, but
Didn't you say something about Oak End? And
The writing begins to dissolve, and a map begins to form. The map is...
So this guy had the map on him. From what we got from Fremar, is that
No.
this chest was with him or no?
No.
No, the
Okay.
chest was in the swamp.
Okay. What does this map look like?
Are you proficient with navigators or cartographer's tools?
No. Is anybody in our group proficient with that?
what in cartographers?
Nope.
Cartographers or navigators' tools?
Oh, no.
I am proficient with survival. I don't know if that helps at all.
You can make a flat wisdom check if you're attempting to use your survival to look at the map.
I'll hold it out to Thanos.
20. With a wisdom check there, you're able to understand that this particular place and this location is northeast of the marshes in the southern Frosthorn Mountains. But beyond that, you need to study it further.
Okay. If you wouldn't
Oh,
mind,
okay.
can I spend some time with this map? It looks close to the marshes, and I may be able to pinpoint it based on my travels.
Yeah, of course. And I'll give the map back to him.
Giving map back, and as you're looking at it, a little X begins to form at a particular place on the map.
Interesting.
What did you find something? Is that the map?
You guys figure out that riddle. I'm gonna go look at this map.
Do
Yeah,
you
sure.
mind?
Okay, well,
I
that's-
can
that's-
help.
Well, so that's one mystery solved. The second, we know he wanted something in that chest. What did he want from the body? You were, what, probing his mind for something?
I was looking for information as to why Thorin Oakand was mentioned within my brother's mind. I have brought this Thorin Oakand up, and, well, I've been attempting to extract information from their mind, and I have not been successful. Obviously, the staff is not complete, and, well, the power that comes from the Sun Tree is only a bit there, but, so, if you don't mind, begins to make way towards you.
I do very much mind, seeing as how the guy you're trying to give this to is trying to kill us. And I'm gonna like shield the map from his eyes.
I thought we were mutual on this, that I would help. Now you're not even letting me to see if this is what it is. I can
One thing-
understand what you are referring to. Someone trying to kill you, I get that. I'm just saying if I can look at the map and understand what it is, I can help.
Would he be willing to temporarily give up that coin he has that summons Damodar?
Oh, the
Yeah,
coin,
I do think that is.
Yes, well, I don't have any care of the coin. I imagine there's other ways, but if you feel like I'm going to make a desperate attempt and bring Damodar here, then takes the coin and sits it down in the casket.
I'll go and grab the coin.
Okay.
I then be like, okay, Thanos, you can let him look at the map.
If this backfires, it's on you. I will let him look at the map.
Takes a look at the map. Well, it seems this would be it. Yes, it's a map. It's showing us it's magical as well. Some sort of illusionary and maybe some conjuration. Very interesting. This has been carefully, calculatedly made. It seems. This is definitely a piece of the two. This has to be where it's pointing to something. I don't know in particular where this is. It seems very close, though. These mountains here and this forest. It's perhaps this map has a way to direct you to this place. If it has enough magic to reveal it to you and put this marker here, then perhaps it is enough to, once you get close, it can tell you where to go. Rolls it back up and hands it back to you, Thanos.
So what's the plan now? Are you going to try to bring him back with the staff? Like, why would you want to go under the staff's curse again?
Well, I'm still cursed to the staff. My curse has not been ended, and I only did that to break the bond between the staff and the user. The curse lingers. No matter how much you attempt to dissuade, you can break the staff away from the bearer. That's at least what I was trying to do with the spell. And that way, after this was all said and done, I can rid myself and from Bane, right? That's kind of the end conclusion that I was seeing. The staff was needed to bring Thurn Oakhand back to life. Once it's fully formed, it has great power over resurrection and bringing forth spirits. I could bring forth Thurn Oakhand and resurrect their body, and then talk to them.
Right. Maldor's going to toss the lid off the coffin. So, I still don't. If the map is magic and does all of these things, then what? Why is this person needed? What is their significance?
I don't know. That's just why I'm investigating. I've said this 3 times, I feel like. I had mentioned that I've extracted information from my brother's mind, and that the name Thurn Oakhand was in there. And why would a name, without any sort of proper reasoning, memories formed, would be in the mind of my brother if not for some importance? This is where I'm at in my investigation. This is why I have Thurn Oakhand's body here.
So Damodar didn't ask for Thurn Oakhand by name. He asked for you to figure out the mystery of this passage of pain, or whatever the hell it was called.
Well, he told me to figure out a key and a map. That was 2 items. To passive and yielding is what I have figured, yes. Well, right. and Damodar does know of Thurn Oakhand. I have relayed this information that I believe this name was of importance, and then I need to find them and get the information.
But without the full staff, you can't bring him back.
No, I cannot.
So obviously, we don't want Damodar.
Done, right?
Well, we don't want Damodar getting either of these things. We have one of the things that he wants. The question is, what do we do with this body?
So the body inside is a very mummified, kind of a dwarf, broad-shouldered. They are very much decayed. They don't have any organs anymore, right? They're all desiccated and into dust. So you're kind of looking at a individual that is unrecognizable from whatever they were alive.
I don't see what else we do here.
Can I?
I mean,
Can I do a general check of the body? Like, just check it for, I don't know, incisions or something like that? I don't know.
General check of the body can be a whole lot of
Yeah.
things. So probably.
Well, like I'm looking for, like, I don't know why, but I'm thinking the whole, taking that phrase literally about the key being inside somebody, so I'm just checking this isn't the body, but...
Yeah, I intend to burn this body, so if you want to search it, I suggest you do it now.
So
Burn
yeah,
the
I'm
body.
checking the body, see if maybe there was a way something was put inside.
Can't burn the body.
Are
Why
you
would you-
going to stop me?
Why would you burn the body? That seems absolutely reckless and quite honestly ridiculous. We're in an enclosed
really
airspace. You're just gonna fill this with just smoke of a desiccated body of. That's just. It doesn't make any sense, literally at all.
I didn't say we had to stay and inhale it.
You're just going to burn the body and leave. That's right.
Yes.
I mean, we have... I'm sort of, to be honest, I'm kind of with Freeman because there's really no actual reason to do anything with the body.
Because
Alright.
Damodar wants it, and I do not want him to have anything that he wants.
Is there any chance that
So
either
you
of
would
these
sacrifice my son's life then?
Your son is already dead, you fool.
That's what you think. That's what you believe. Hopeless and lost.
Is there any chance that these two bodies are the map bearer? Is that they speak of? Because if so,
I've already
That's what I'm
explained this. I've said
No.
this numerous times. How many more times can I repeat myself to you all? How did you even find your way down here? This just seems so foolish.
can't.
Where is the intellect amongst yourselves?
We found ourselves down here by pure chance and some accidental luck.
Listen, everybody. Neither of these are the map bearer.
I thought
How do
was
you know
going to-
that?
That remains
He's
to be
very-
seen. We don't know that. This is what I'm trying to say. You can't just destroy a body if you don't know. You can't put my life, my son's life, forfeit
Alright,
for
let's
burning a
start
body
fucking
for no
burning
reason.
corpses.
Look, if it's
even
not the thing
if-
that you need, then it doesn't matter. And if it is, then we definitely should destroy it. So either
But
way,
even then, we don't have
Guided
the
by
power
chance,
to
this one.
resurrect
Pure
any
luck
of
that you
these.
got here, and pure luck for burning a body and hoping for the best.
Listen, the phrase says keys in the map bearer. The map was here. We got two bodies. Let's cut open the bodies, look for a fucking key. It's not that complicated, guys. I don't want to be in here any longer before we're jumped by ghouls again. I have
I'm
come
with the angry
too close
Bob.
to death too many times this week. Okay?
Yeah,
That's
Tegan,
fucking
what I'm
figure it
doing.
out.
Fucking do it.
I'm check.
The
That's
voice
literally
of
what I'm doing.
reason.
I'm checking the body.
So with that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break or so. So we'll come back at 1:25 p.m. PST. And we hope you join us for what seems to be the desecration of a body. We'll be back.
Well, when you put it like
Winning
that,
crypt.
All right, welcome back. Thanks for joining us. If you're watching and continue to watch us, took an extra long break because we had to go over through kind of a summarization of what Fremar was stating, and make sure everyone was on the same page, communication and process information. So we'll start right back up. This is kind of where we're having a heated moment between the lot of Maldor saying, "I'm going to burn the body." You have Zeph being like, "Hey, we haven't even really gone into the depths of the investigation." And then we had before that some withholding of the map, right? So there's definitely a lot of tension to here. And what you're getting understanding is that Fremar is under the interpretation that you all are being, here by luck. That there's not really much else to it that you got here, except that you just got lucky, and that maybe that is now going to play into their son's life. So there's some desperation, right, and emotions happening here. That you all are still in charge of the situation. It's very clear Fremar hasn't made any attempts to stop that necessarily, but they are becoming more desperate each second passes. So, Zeph, go ahead and make if your perception investigation. Depends what you're trying to do here. So you said they're taking this riddle, this thing very literally here. Are you here with us? You're muted. Nope, not here. Okay.
Sorry, someone knocked on my door, so I completely missed what you said.
Oh, okay. So we're going to start off with you. So what exactly are you doing here?
I'm just doing I'm literally just going to do looking over by rolling it over if I have to, just to making sure no one cut it open and stuck something inside, literally. So
Okay, so you can make a perception or investigation check.
Can I help him do that?
And I'll
Like, give the help action?
Yeah, you roll with advantage if you want. Helping move the body around, maybe.
guiding myself too.
Guidance. Thanos moves back to the corner. Invisible.
He's gonna stare at the map in this corner the entire time.
Thought you were preparing to shoot Fremont.
But you rolled with disadvantage.
All right, so we have
well,
a
it doesn't
10.
matter. I don't think it's gonna.
So 10 perception
with-
check going through the body. The body, again, is extremely decayed, desiccated at this point. You're moving and things are just kind of disintegrating as you move them. And so just jostling this is difficult. It makes it challenging. Ferris's help, you're able to kind of get an inspection of the surface layer here of the skin. You note that there are ridges in the skin, particularly that this individual was tattooed at some point. You do not have high enough check here to understand what the tattoos are, how extensive they are. You just know they exist. Beyond that, you don't see any sort of incision marks suggesting this body has been embalmed or kind of removed of their in organs upon the death. They merely were just wrapped in cloth, kind of stowed away inside of a grave, and that's really been decaying.
Yeah, there's nothing here, man.
There's nothing in this body that suggests there's a key here.
Maybe.
Alright, if we've got nothing, we've got everything we've got. Can we finish this up and get the hell out of here?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, we should take the chest
there wasn't
with
anything
us.
else in the chest, right? We didn't. Did we check if there was any hidden compartments or anything?
No. No one
We-
checked that.
I'll go and check if there's any hidden compartments.
Okay. You can make an investigation or perception.
Yeah.
Investigation 15, you're moving the brambles of leaves and flower petals that are dried, and you're kind of shifting them around, looking at the felt, peeling back the felt layer a little bit from the inner of the chest. You don't find any sort of hidden compartments or false bottoms. There's nothing else inside of the chest.
No hidden compartments in the chest.
We were gonna try to speak to two of the dead that we found in here. Maybe third time's the charm. Is it
Well,
too old
Zeph
for that?
doesn't have any third level slots left.
I literally all I have currently is 2 first level spell slots. That's it.
I also only have 2 first levels.
Are we in a hurry?
You want to sleep down here?
You want to spend 8 hours
I do not want to sleep down here.
in the dark. I think you just became my new favorite person.
There's we're dragging around the body of the Crypt Keeper, who's probably not important at this point. We could dump him. Do you want to take this body?
I think
My
if
word.
we tried doing that, it would just fall apart.
Cruspa is
Okay,
dead.
good. Yes, he dragged us into an ambush and died for his efforts. He's going to start smashing up pieces of the coffin lid as kindling and sort of placing them around the body, and dousing it in oil and like getting ready to light it off.
I stopped
What-
before he does anything.
What are you doing?
Moving evidence.
Yeah, don't do any of that.
Do you intend to stop me?
Verbally, at least, but yes.
So
It's
there's
just
something else you
burning
wish to
stuff.
do with the body?
We could just, I mean, we have to. We can get rid of it somewhere else. Just setting it on fire while we're in here. If nothing
Well, I
else,
was
is just a
assuming
bad idea.
I was assuming we were leaving. Is there something else you wanted to do in this room?
Not burning something in an underground chamber.
Are we leaving or are we staying?
I mean, we're still trying to decide that. I just don't want to just.
Well, I wasn't
Do
going to
something
light
with
it this second.
Well,
Don't
just
pour anything on
just
the
the
body,
act of
please.
pity-
I beg you that you do not
I have
destroy.
one more.
well, just
have one
the
more
fact-
question
just
for
pouring
you.
oil on it will pretty much destroy it. Just doing that.
Good. That was the goal.
Yeah, your goal. Don't do that yet.
Destroying any sort of information as to why Thurn Oak. This could very
I
well
asked you-
be some part of whatever this is. I don't
Either
understand.
you've more to do with the body, or we're done with the body. A or B. There's not a third option where we just hope that one day something miraculously appears out of his asshole. Like, either we're going to continue investigating, or we've finished investigating. That's what I'm asking you.
You're asking.
Well,
who?
I think the problem is that we haven't established whether we even need to get rid of this body.
Well, if we don't, then all we did was burn a body, and who fucking cares?
But why burn it if we don't need to? That's what I'm trying to get at.
You care!
Why do you?
I think you just like to fucking argue.
I
And
think
unless you
like
have
to
the
do
physical
shit.
capability to stop me, then I'm going to burn this fucking body. You, wizard. I have one last question. You are about to be taken back to report to the Lord. Would you like to be breathing when you do so?
You burn this body, and there is a key somewhere, either long gone. Perhaps this person had information to it, and it's burned, and then it's lost forever. Then my son's life is gone.
Your son is dead. Are you
My
going to
son
go back alive or
Is
dead?
not dead.
My point, though, that I've been trying to establish is we don't know yet if this body will be useful. So burning it now, would
Okay,
be
Zeph.
eliminating that
Here
possibility.
we go. We're gonna dissect what you're trying.
Are you coming
what you're
back
trying
down
to
here
get to.
later to ask it again? Like, I don't understand what the plan is. There's not a plan. There's just disagreement.
Well, that's
That was
the point.
also
We
what I was
haven't
gonna
come
ask.
up with a plan yet. And you're trying to do something before we come up with a plan.
Well, tell me the plan.
We were trying to discuss that. And
Okay,
you're just trying to do shit.
So what can we do to bring this body back to life?
I don't think that's in the realm of
The
possibility.
stick will not work.
I don't think
We
bringing
cannot
it-
ask it questions unless you have third level spell slots. You know,
That's
you
what-
know,
Is a
Unless
third
you have the
level
cap-
spell.
unless you have the capability to, which you've exhausted yourself for the day. So have I.
Yes, but
so
there's no
the
real
point
reason
is,
that I
we need to either come back or we're
Yeah.
never coming back.
Yeah, that's we can come back
Right.
tomorrow. Is my point.
That is our decision. We need to
And
make
what if
that decision
Damodar
now.
comes tonight?
He doesn't need this
Look,
body.
I said we can either bring the body with us or we can destroy it. There was two options.
Well,
The
that's
third
my
option
point.
is we just cross our hands and hope that maybe one day it'll magically appear and tell us something. I
Well,
don't
you
know
think-
what
can't-
you expect to do.
we
So
can't
this is
take
what-
we can't take the body because it's going to just fall apart, and we can't unless you want to carry the casket itself.
Then we carried the casket out of here.
I
I,
mean,
don't
we
think
could
the
probably just-
casket can fit in the back.
I feel like
No,
we're
but the
forgetting
body
the fact
can.
that this crypt is filled with fucking ghouls that want to tear our throats out. we are most likely gonna have to fight our way out of here unless we know an exit that isn't crawling with these fucking things.
Well, that
I
is
was
not
hoping the one that
correct.
created them might have an answer for that.
If you give me possession of the staff, I can remove the corruption on the tree, and I can end the manifestations of these undead.
All right, then let's carry the coffin. Just drop it. We have possession of the body. As long as we do, we're fine. Let's just get the casket, give him the staff, fuck off the ghouls, get the fuck out of this goddamn cave catacomb bullshit. I
Well,
want to see the sun.
It's referred to as a crypt.
Shut the fuck up!
All right.
We should probably not walk through town with a
So
body,
what-
though.
yeah.
I do think it goes
I
in
mean,
the bag of
there's
holding.
there's no reason we can't just leave down here and come back.
We're not leaving the body down
not
here. That's
leaving
not
it
up
down
for discussion. We already went over this. I'm gonna need
Yeah,
you
we
guys
did
to
it.
stop arguing. Put the body in the goddamn bag before you piss me
Well,
off.
that's
and
what I
you're gonna
said. We
see
can't
Thanos.
put it in the bag. It's
Okay.
just
I'm
fall
gonna
apart.
walk over and push Braemar out of the way and grab the end of the coffin and say, "Someone get the other end of this motherfucking thing so we can get out of here."
Jesus Christ, this group fucking
So,
sucks.
are we going to fuck the body for a moment? Are we going to give him the staff and let him reverse what he's done?
Why not?
Like,
He's been nothing but
sure.
helpful since fucking
Yeah,
dumbass
that's-
died.
I suppose we should do that first.
All right, somebody get the staff out the bag of holding.
And
Which
be prepared
bag?
to kill him if he does anything rash.
Is it where is it stashed? In the
It's in the bag of holding.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Zeph's bag.
Which
Zeph's bag?
Oh,
I
yeah,
play-
it's in Zeph's bag, I think.
Yeah.
I mean,
he can
it
just
can be in
grab it
my
out of the
bag.
bag as long as he knows it's in there, right?
Yeah.
It's in here.
Yes.
which
This one.
I'm not touching it. So what I'll do is I'll just literally just dump my bag.
He can just
can
reach
just
in and
hold it
grab
open.
it. You don't have to do
yeah,
that.
you can hold
I
the
don't
bag
want to
open
grab it
while
though,
he
because he would
grabs
have.
it.
to
You
do
don't have
fire.
to.
He
can
would
grab it.
grab.
I'm familiar with how a bag of holding works. I can just call for it. It will come.
Fine.
Will you let me put my hand in your bag?
That sounds so weird when you say it that way.
Dude, I
At
feel
least
like
he didn't
you're
call it
trying
a
to-
roll.
Consent
Yeah,
is
that's
key,
the way it works.
especially in D&D.
Zeph, are you opening the bag?
Yeah.
Okay. So Fremar moves the hand
Yeah, feel
down,
free to stick your
grabs-
hand in my hole.
Pulls the staff outwards, holds it, and then holds the staff and begins to walk over towards the roots of the sun tree. Puts the staff into the roots of the sun tree, pulling back on it, focusing. You see the corruption being pooled and pulled into the staff itself, and now shines with this white this white kind of radiant bark that is very effervescent of what you observed within the Sun Tree Cathedral. Pulls that back into the staff, and then begins to hold it, sets down the spellbook, top of the altar where the Gular's body is, and begins to kind of read out this spell work, which is essentially a summon, right? So summoning undead or creating undead, very similar to that, and using the staff as kind of a conduit towards that, and enchanting about the space. Eventually, Fremar ends after 10 minutes worth of time. Opens the eyes, holding the staff. You see the hands. There's actual tendrils of necrosis in the hands and the wrists and the forearms. Continues to hold the staff and turns. It's done. I have removed the undead. Their bodies lay dormant. Mutations that were done to them cannot be undone.
Thank you.
Excellent. That should
No.
go a long way in explaining your case to your son.
All right, grab
All
the
right.
body. We're getting the fuck out of here.
Put the body and the staff in the fucking bag and let's go.
We can't.
We can't put the body in the bag. Gotta carry the coffin.
Why can't we?
Put the
just-
body in the bag. We'll just have dust.
The body will fall apart.
Yeah.
Body will fall
Yeah.
apart if we remove it, and the casket is too large to go into the bag.
Yeah.
So we just carry the casket. We got nothing to fight. We'll just carry the casket.
Yep.
If anyone's got a problem in the fucking street, tell them we're going to see the Lord. Tell them the Lord. They'll fuck off. You name drop the Lord, they'll fuck off. Okay, let's just go. We got a plan. Let's move.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to work, but why not? Let's go. Not think about it.
What's your plan, Zeph? You don't.
My-
You never
I literally
present a
said-
plan.
I did. I said, leave it here, come back tomorrow.
That's
They
not a
don't- if we
plan.
just
That's
close the en-
that's the
if we-
absence of a plan. That's doing nothing.
No, close the entrance. They won't know it's here, and then come back.
Well, what's the difficulty of why is taking it with us a bad thing?
Why is taking a casket through the middle of the city bad? Do I have to answer that?
Why do you? Yeah, whatever. Let's go. I'm not arguing with you.
Okay. All right. Who has possession of the coin?
I do.
And then Zeph, you're going to have possession of the staff inside of your bag of holding.
Yeah.
All right. So who is holding and lifting the casket?
Deegan was on one end.
Okay. Zeph's on the other.
I would assume Malbor.
Oh, this was not my plan. Good luck.
Thanos will help fucking carry this goddamn casket out of this goddamn tomb so we can stop arguing.
Don't know why this is so complicated. If you wish, I can use a spell.
Please, by all means.
Great. It's a floating disc.
Nice. Okay. Now let's leave.
I
Please.
would imagine you would understand of how exactly I got this here. Well, this is how. Most of this work I did myself. You slide the casket onto the disc. Continues now to move with, aimed in the direction of the corridor. I'm gonna go ahead and cycle through some of my audio because it's really full. So I want to make sure I got it clean here. Okay. All right, so eventually you find your way outside of the crypt, closing off the passage here or leaving it open, right? Really, it's up to you. It seems like you all kind of consensus a little bit there of just closing it. So no one finds their way in there. Fremar is unmanacled, right? And actually has to channel their magic to move the disc as well. So they're kind of in command of that. They're moving it, going along willingly. As long as it seems as the body is preserved, that desperation of franticness seems to be subsided. They're staying very close to the body of the casket. They're also keeping their eyes upon one individual who has the map. And so they're kind of looking in the direction of them and kind of constantly. I imagine that you all are kind of surrounding them at this point as you come into the crypt's entrance. Just kind of surround, and then you move out together into the cemetery. None of these creatures are up in this area. Right? In fact, none of the creatures had migrated outside of the crypt. They had all maintained their presence inside of the levels at which you face them. It might have been coordinated by whatever magic used to create them. Maybe this was what they were told to do, and that's what they did. They followed those orders to the T. At the present time, I'm going to go ahead and advance it just a little bit so we understand really what time frame it is through the conversations and kind of traversing through. We're in the afternoon now. You might be getting a little hungry based on what you've done, or maybe you're just kind of washed over with adrenaline. You don't understand what your sense of hunger really is. You are pressing forward now to where? You're in the cemetery. You see there's numerous amounts of individuals out here, right? They're giving their sorts of thanks, or their, I wouldn't say thanks, but their condolences and their things to the graves. And they might be laying down flowers. They might be having ceremonies as well. So even though Crespo was the head crypt keeper, he wasn't particularly the one that ran the cemetery. Those are two different positions. So the cemetery is still kind of functioning in that way. So you have your options. Sounds like to the Lord is where you wanted to go, and that's where you can go. Obviously, the disc is there, having the casket floating, and the individuals about your space is this massive cemetery, and no one really kind of perceives you at this point. The guards are turning and looking at you from the towers of the walls, and you're just now leaving the crypt entrance. And where do you go?
All right. The only question I have for you guys before we do what we're about to do is, do we need to involve all the Damodar shit with Lord Salmalor? Because he was sent us to figure out why people were dying. We figured that out. Anything further in the situation, he doesn't need to know about.
Well, I guess it depends on what are we going to do with this damn body. Are we just going to continue to drag it around? Are we keeping it until tomorrow?
That
I just
was
say if we're going to
also-
take it to him, he should probably know that someone powerful is after it.
I was also going to say maybe he can help us find a way to speak with it so that we can get the information out of it that we need.
So,
All right.
in so much in that he might need to know
And then we'll
those
let him
details.
know about the Black Hand, because that's an attack on him personally.
Okay. That's fine. Let's bring it to him then. Let's go.
You can talk to him. I don't want to talk to him.
All right. Just feel free to correct me, because I'm not gonna lie. I am completely out of the loop right now. I'll talk to him. Don't get me wrong, but feel free to correct me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he'll probably ask, so just make sure he does know that, to the best of our knowledge, Damodar doesn't want this body. That's more of a tangentially important with Fremar.
No.
Well, it's
Damodar
important for
doesn't.
some reason. We don't know why.
Fremar, did you ever tell Damodar about this connection to your brother in this body?
I mentioned that Thurin Okan was spoken in the mind of my brothers, but I did not mention any connection that I was able to conclude. Damodar does know Thurin Okan, and I never really... Well, it's you making your way. I never honestly disclosed the location of where I was conducting my investigations. I honestly just assumed Kristoff would have communicated that, which wasn't necessary. We mainly met at the High Squire.
With
Sure.
Damodar.
Is the High Squire is that the inn?
It is a tavern, yes, in the Nobles District.
Okay.
Well, let's tie up the loose end with the Lord, and then we can figure out what we're going to do tomorrow for further investigating the body.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
That-
in
I-
the
I
short
don't think
term, we've
I was
completed
just
his
gonna say, I
task,
don't
so
think-
he owes us some
sorry.
money.
It was just a lot.
Yeah. And plus, I don't think we can just exactly take the casket to the tavern. So yeah, just going directly to the Lord would be probably best if we're going to do that.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
How long is the trek to the palace? Is it like 5 minutes or quite a bit longer?
You were saying the trek to where? Sorry, you broke up a little bit for me.
From where we're at to the palace.
From where you're at to the keep. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, so mileage-wise, I mean, it's not very much mileage, but you have to actually go through a few blocks get into the Nobles District from the cemetery and there over. Based on where you're at, without horses and just walking, maybe 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. I think during that walk, I would try to get Freemar's attention and ask him questions.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and start transitioning ourselves as we make our way outside of the cemetery. So I'm just going to go ahead and change up some of the sound effects here. Eventually, you pass outside the cemetery. You're kind of in the cover of people that are kind of talking, making their way on the sidewalks. You mentioned, Lucar, that you're kind of getting the attention of Fremar and the crowd that you're kind of surrounding and carrying the casket on the disc. A lot of people are looking and staring right now. They're kind of making way and looking. There's a few patrol of guard that are kind of looking in the direction of you, and they're kind of staring very diligently, and they begin to follow from a distance, pushing through the crowd a little bit on the sidewalks. 2 become 4, they're just kind of walking behind you. Some of which are on horseback now, kind of joining to 6. Lucar, what are you saying to Fremar?
So I just kind of like come out of this like thoughtful stupor or whatever I've been in, since touching the staff, and I would say to him that the whole experience, with Vane, the time that seemed to have passed or whatever was profound, and I hadn't ever really had an opportunity to sit and think much about my situation and what has changed. And I'd share that, after my clan was destroyed and I swore an oath, there was, some power imbued. It's where I gotten my, the power that I wield now. And, at the time the woman who was, essentially my grandmother was a powerful sorcerer and surrounded by, five other beings of radiant light as I was swearing my oath. And, the time in the void or Bane's domain or wherever that was, Fremar, mentioned that perhaps there was some level of divinity or divine power or something. And Bane had alluded to as much when he was, I guess, surprised that I was in the domain. And asked him what he meant when he was asking me about that.
Oh, okay. Well, there are individuals that are blessed with gifts, and this could be from when they were born, it could be perhaps something that was given to them, deities, and the power that they possess is mighty. They control great wells of magic and influence. This influence is, greater by the numbers of individuals that pledge themselves and bestow themselves to the deity. Here we can see in this holy city, Pelor is supreme, and many people worship this deity. Such Pelor is quite strong. Individuals that are connected in this way open themselves up to the magic that flows. It could be that whatever's connected to you is open and willing to garnish. And unfortunately, Bane is able to control this and manipulate. Could be how the staff was created to begin with. Suntree is a well of divine power, and corrupted by Bane's domain, was manipulated to be redirected towards the staff instead. Perhaps this is exactly what happened. Whatever divine power you have, and whatever magic you can gather from your deity or another source, was simply put in towards what control the staff was doing. And thus, you are far more controlled than I was.
Would it be possible to learn more about the source of that power somehow? I have never worshipped any deity, neither did my clan.
Well, how do
I have no knowledge of connection.
How do you use your magic? Where does it come from?
I don't know.
It seems like you have the question right there.
My vengeance?
Your vengeance.
Yeah.
Well, vengeance of your oath, for sure, but what oath to what? Who did you give your oath to?
I thought it would be my grandmother, the sorceress.
And your sorceress was someone of great power and magic. Perhaps they have given you what you need to use in manifestation into divine. I can help you with this. We can investigate this for sure, but it seems that your friends would have other plans.
Yes, we'll see about that.
All right. Huh? Onward to the keep, then. Okay. Pressing forward, you get towards this large way, right? It's just kind of a courtyard, large wagons and certain things. The court itself has ended, so we have like kind of public court here, and the The keep has ended, so the gates and the portcullis is shut, and a lot of the wagons here are kind of getting ready to go. They're kind of getting their supplies ready, getting on the way, some of which have traversed a great distance. You're noticing there are individuals from Temeria. They garnish some of the flagging and the symbols of that republic, that Elvish republic that sits. And you also know there are individuals that are from Beholder. It's kind of ones that are crested in this Talthar surcoat. It kind of has a white backdrop with a red kind of lattice or lacing, and the symbol of Pelor at the center chest. They are paladins, clerics. Could be some scholarly pursuing here. That there's a couple of priests, priestesses, and so they're kind of getting themselves ready to go. Right, this is business as usual. Come for public court, state what it is, and then you leave. Or it could be an appointment of some kind. Regardless, the gates are closed. You make way through that courtyard, passing by some of the statue rows that line the median, a couple trees right that line the street, and the median, the central part of it, sidewalks left and right, and you approach the gates. The gates stay closed. Guards above. Down. Halfling speaks. Has his helmet, right? Floor surcoat. Half plate armor on. Holding a glaive or a halberd. From down from the wall. One of the towers. How may I help you?
We're here on the Lord's business.
Our court has been closed. Set up an appointment.
I assure you, if you notify the Lord, he will want to have an audience with us.
All right. Can I get your names or the name of whatever it is that you are? Fremont, is that you? Fremont, what is the casket? It's odd. Fremont looks up. It's me, yes. Here with companions, and we're here to see the Lord. Commoners Guild business. Oh, all right. Second. Make way down. Time passes. They'll most likely be sending a raven to the keep now. It'll be some time. It will be garnished entrance. My name still carries great weight.
Cool.
Could have also gone through your name too, and I'm sure that would have worked, but it seems to solve the problems of this.
Doesn't matter to me how we get in.
Gate begins to open. Door opens. Lined with a few guard. About 13 to 14 at the back of the gate. Begin to walk forward. Guard don't say anything to Fremar, and Fremar just simply passes through. The guard behind you that were following still pursue, passing through. They begin to talk and mention towards the guard, and they now ride on ahead of you. It seems that they might be going on towards the keep, but they don't speak or say anything to you. The drawbridge then lowers. You begin to pass through. One of the guard turns the horse, stops. The end of the drawbridge, the entrance of the keep. The one door of that keep is open for passing into the entry chamber and then into the central courtyard of the keep. Stops and turns around, begins to ride towards you. Some of the guard begin to form a line on the drawbridge towards that entrance. Towers to the left and right, high above. Guards are above there looking down the interior wall spaces of those towers from the arrow slits. They were the same ones that had lowered the drawbridge. They're looking in that direction to see what's going on. The guard approaches. This guard is a human. Brownish hair and blue eyes, wearing the floor surcoat. Half plate. Crossbow dangling from the side of the saddle. And then the weapons are sheathed. The pole arm kind of goes in towards a slot in one of the saddles, and then they have a sword towards the side. Fremar, are you okay? I'm fine. Here for business, Commoners Guild, and these individuals, well, they've Lord's business put on task, I believe, for something. Yes? Yes?
Yes, we are here on the request of your lord to solve a problem he had tasked us with.
We observed you leaving cemetery, and there's a body there.
Evidence.
Evidence. Do you have paperwork? Any seal with the Lord?
We have a
Yeah, we have the seal up, which I hold up the one I have, but
All right. Let them through. Begins to pass around. Line just kind of moves apart, and then they begin to walk at either side of you of the drawbridge as they now head outwards towards the city. This is just, you have different patrols, different things, right? They're kind of catching you at the moment to see if there's anything that should be played on in their suspicions, and now they're just passing on. Seeing the Lord's order there, that's all they need to do is see the seal of the Lord, see that Freemar's there, says everything's cool, and you begin to pass in.
Thank God Varys didn't just throw a fireball.
I'm too tapped.
He was thinking about it then.
Yep.
Zobin?
Somebody carry me. I have 2 HP.
Lucar sitting on the disc.
Sure, it's mental damage.
Lock as you come in. This is very similar. The banner is posted, right? The guard are posted in their usual positions, but there's many nobles and individuals. They're having kind of chatter, and there's large tankards filled with the wine. They're made basically metal or silver, maybe some gold, and individuals are drinking. A couple of the guard are going in between this particular posting, and they're opening the doors and essentially unlocking them for individuals to go in. Through there, you can see that the corridor opens up, disperses down into maybe a dining hall of some kind. It's not very large, and there's other individuals in there as well. This is kind of common, right? After public court is held at this stage, individuals are drinking, they're enjoying themselves from the day's endeavors and maybe discussing other business that needs to be attended to. As you pass in, the crowd looks and immediately becomes silent, seeing there's a casket disc. Freemar is just holding and continues to move with you, doesn't make any attempt at all. And the Lord makes way towards the central. Now, you had the Lord in their armor. They're not in their armor now. There is still a sword that sits alongside of the throne that I've described previously to the rest of you, which is not encrusted in gems or anything. It's very plain and stone and has some crystals and other things towards it, but it's very standard. They now wear a wine-colored tunic with golden accents and shoulder pads, as well as lattice work on the wrists and cuffs into the forearms. The tunic is held together and has a kind of silk blouse that comes out towards the center chest, and then that blouse also plumes outside of the tunic on the wrists. Their hair is put back. It's free-flowing and kind of comes down. Their hair is put back into a single braid that comes out the top end, and then the rest is let loose out the back end, this blondish hair. And then their pants-wise, they have these kind of leather and high trousers, keep warm. It's still cold inside of here, right? So it still has a chill to it. There's no fireplaces, and you're inside of a mountain technically, and so there's this dampness and cold that is here. And then they have tall, almost knee-high leather boots that have golden accents and steel studs. Holding a tankard of, looks to be gold, filled with wine, perhaps. They take a sip of it, and then they stretch and look onwards. What is the business of this? You bring
My
a
lord,
body
we have-
into my chamber, my grand hall, my throne room. You bring a body in here.
My lord, we have completed the task you put us on, and I hope you can forgive our intrusion once again, unannounced. But
Your
I do
intrusion is forgiven, and unannounced is regardless. You were supposed to report any information to Rengla Uku, and I do not see my commander here, nor captain of the guard. So you've come here with information or to conclude your investigations or whatever it is. So your intrusion here is forgiven. But your intrusion on the matter of bringing a body into this throne chamber is not. This is a holy place. Desecrated. This body should have been kept in wherever you found it, and then guard and paladins brought to it. I'm sure my guard stopped you somehow in the street, perhaps on your way here. Keeps grounds. If not, some discipline needs to happen.
Well, obviously your crypt was not very well protected. It seemed like the body would not be safe there, given that it was already being desecrated.
The crypt was desecrated. This is your findings.
My lord, before further conversations to be had, I would like to request a clearing of the court with only ears that you truly trust.
There will be no clearing of this court. I have done once before, and I will do not again. The individuals in here, some of which have come a long way, and they are here to rest and to drink and to later dine as we prepare to head to war. I will not have my houses of many of my noble families, of paladins, clerics, and soldiers, be removed simply because you couldn't wait.
Just tell him what we found out.
My lord, if that is the case, I shall tell you what we have found. The people who have gone missing, unfortunately, are no longer living, but we did find out what happened to them. Kristoff and Fremar, working under duress due to the kidnapping of his son, flayed these people and harnessed their power for nefarious deeds. And unfortunately, that is the case.
What nefarious deeds did they harvest them for?
I'll
Do you-
telepathically tell Tegan to use the power of their souls to power the staff of is it Ashgard?
Yeah.
Ashtar.
Ashtar. I'll put it in chat.
Ashtar. So I'll just to give you a refresher, basically.
They were using the souls of the departed to power the more put together version of the staff we had discussed prior. The staff of Ashtar. And using it to commune with the dead to hopefully find out the location of a place of great importance to the person they're working for.
Spack grabs the sword, puts it up on the shoulder, steps forward. Badar. Step back. Vader to the left and right of you begin to step back. Putting the great sword to the ground, begins to move the hand. Speak in celestials, zone of truth. Evidence.
I would like to choose to fail that, by the way, regardless.
Okay.
I will
I'm
also
pretty sure-
choose to fail it.
Same here.
So who is choosing to? Who is not choosing to fail?
Oh, I mean, Even though I got natural 20, I'll also choose to fail because I had no desire to lie at all. So.
Okay.
Maldor will not choose to fail. I think he failed anyway, but he would be actively resisting. Not lying, but not liking magic cast upon him.
Okay, so Lucar?
Yeah. I think I failed, but I'll fail anyways.
Okay,
Not
so
gonna
you
lie.
choose. Okay, so Maldor and
Submit.
Lucar. Yeah, so Maldor and Lucar, you both fail. So technically, everyone has failed. They're all choosing to fail. Either you submit or you don't submit. The power of the Stone of Truth is compelling. The words of truth begin to flutter through your mind and put them to the forefront of that. You are aware of what this is. It's not that you're you're not aware of what is happening to you. You know that there is something compelling you to tell the truth. As such, you can begin to avoid, right? You can kind of work around that truth and be evasive to that. However, the person who has casted knows who has failed and who has, right? So they're completely aware that all of you have failed and that the truth will come.
Would he be aware if anybody chose to let it happen?
No, not necessarily. They're not aware of anybody chose to let it fail. They just know that the truth will come to them from those that have failed. So they're aware that you have done so, and you could have done so willingly, right? You could have failed willingly. It does not matter to them. They're not in the mindset of that at the present moment. They simply threw it out there, put it down upon the ground, etching with celestial light as it's there underneath all of you, compelling you towards the truth to continue this conversation. Seems to be all that they care about. A zone of truth. By Pelor's divine light, I have laid it beneath you. Truth shall be spoken, and plain language will be used.
I would step forward too and say, Tegan, if I may.
Go for it.
Your Lordship, through the power of a staff that Freemar was wielding, a fragment of which we showed to you before, I came into contact with a deity, I believe, going by the name of Bane, who has a cult or a group of followers named the Black Hand, who have been attempting to destroy the Sun Tree, which he claims is an abomination by Pelor, having fountains of power here in our realm. Was using, through the staff, Kristoff, I believe, the Black Hand who served him, and Freemar by extension, to poison the Sun Tree in an attempt to, destroy it for good. We have that staff here with us, the last fragment of which we relinquished to the Sun Tree to have it become, I suppose, cleansed and a part of it again. And Freemar, here of his own free will and perhaps wish for redemption, removed the remaining corruption from the Sun Tree using the staff and returned it to us.
You have made contact with Bane.
It was most unpleasant.
And does this corruption linger upon you?
I do not know. I don't think so.
Then I would
Freemar
make
also.
haste to the Sun Tree and hope that its divine light may cure you
can see that that is done. In addition, I would also like to ask, despite the fact that Fremar had a hand in this, his part with us is not complete. And
You
I would
cannot
ask that-
speak to such things. If Fremar is proven to do these nefarious deeds and crimes, then they will be imprisoned and questioned by me and my paladin. Make no claim over jurisdiction. What you can do with someone that will be held accountable.
I make no claim, but I do ask that since we solved this problem for you, you allow us to continue to work with Fremar in some capacity to gain answers to our own quest.
So you'll ask for the Lord's favor, for mercy, onto Fremar, so that you may ask questions.
He has proven helpful to this point.
Do not confuse help with desperation. Someone will do everything they can to survive. Is there anything else you wish to add before I inquire to Fremar?
Just
believe-
that.
Go ahead.
Please go on.
I was just going to say, I believe Fremar will be able to further inform you better than perhaps the rest of us could on the situation.
Yes, and you have ensured that he cannot lie to you, or nor any of us. The body that so displeased and disrupted your dinner is apparently of great importance to the one that we are opposed to. We brought it. Honestly, I wanted to destroy it, but we brought it so that he would not be left unguarded and able for him to come retrieve without someone having eyes on it.
Able for
It
who
may-
to come and retrieve?
Damodar, the one we spoke of before. This powerful wizard. The previous owner of this body may possess some amount of useful information, apparently.
And who is it that is in that casket?
What was his name again,
Overend.
Fremar?
Thurin Oakhand.
Yes, that's the one.
So Damodar has or wants this individual.
Apparently.
Or he wants something that this individual might know of.
Yes.
So Damodar is after knowledge.
Yes. As far as I understand. He's after knowledge that this one might possess towards
I believe,
a
wasn't
further
it?
goal.
It was the similar knowledge that your previous magistrate was after. Fremar can probably enlighten you further.
If there is nothing else, then Fremar, you may speak what these crimes are held against you. Fremar sets the disc down, ends it, kneels down in the zone towards the Lord. My Lord, my name carries great weight. I have served your lordship for several years as head of Commoners Guild. I have done so keeping peace amongst noble and commoner. No matter how many of your subjects arose, I maintained and kept the peace as buildings were torn and estates were constructed. As a relic of the former Sular kingdom, we have kept peace amongst the old ways. And I would implore you to remember that as I will unveil what it is that has been done. My name is not Freemar Valoran. My name is Freemar Blue. I am brother to your late magistrate, Gula. One that was driven mad. My son was kidnapped and is held prisoner, threatened their life if I do not retrieve and provide a key and a map, the Pass of Unyielding. I do not provide these to Damodar. I fear for my son's life, my lord, and through that fear, I have gone through the motions of investigating these two objects, or pieces, what Damodar seeks. In that, I must be rightfully honest, regardless of the zone of truth you have provided. That I needed something to extract the memories of my fallen brother. In the madness of their mind and the answers that they provided, I was given a name, Thurin Oakhand, and the location of a chest held in great importance in my brother's mind. In order to extract this information, I needed something of power. That is when the Black Hand, a member of theirs, Christoph Cormier, was brought forth, and they were the ones that had done the killings. I merely needed some of the power the souls of individuals had to recharge the staff, and I needed some of the magic the Suntree possessed to continue my investigations. Not once did I kill anyone. I was an accomplice, and I helped shroud them in illusions and made sure they were clean. These individuals have slain Christoph. The murderer has been put to rest. Randall Gurn is dead, my lord. Christoph cut them down. The staff was not complete, and it felt that its completion would be achieved through whatever Randall possessed. We had went to their manor, and we attempted to discover its location. Before we achieved and accomplished this task, Randall had returned. What should have been a A normal conversation between two intellects was met with brutality and aggression from a ruthless, evil paladin. And the paladin murdered them. I had done what I could, using the magic in the house. It was inherent with it, to shroud in illusions before the guard arrived, as the chaos created much of a stir. I seek not forgiveness. My life is valueless. That's why I went down the path that I did. But I hope that you can see that my son's life still has yet value, and that you will think of it as you mull your decision. Still on the knee with the head down. Fremar Berlew, head of the Commoners Guild. I appreciate your truth and your honesty in this chamber. Your brother, Gular, was driven mad by now the very same that you were tasked to do. Your son's life is insignificant in comparison to the lives of every citizen that would be lost if the Black Hand destroyed the Sun Tree. In addition, the staff of Ashtar, in possession of someone when it was completed, would be more powerful, an artifact that could very well destroy this city. I understand that through the love of your son, you were told and compelled to do these things. But that does not warrant forgiveness. We march to war, to fight against an evil. A very evil that you have been tasked to help. Blinded by your love, did you not think about the thousands? Fremar Berlew, for the crimes the disappearances and the murders and the corruption of the Sun Tree, the desecration of bodies, and for the betrayal to your kingdom and to your lord. I sentence you without a trial, imprisonment, the rest of your life. If any attempt is made to escape this imprisonment, any sort of contact given to the Black Hand, to Damodar, and I will execute you personally. I take no pride I take no satisfaction in your death, as the same was for your brother. Take them away. The guard now push in. Grabbing Fremar, they begin to pull them in that direction towards that door. Fremar is gone. Fremar does not say anything. They're spoken. Head lowered. No resistance. Lord breathes. The crowd looks on, silent. Holding the great sword, puts it towards the shoulder, from what it was lowered down, the blade down into the rung of the carpet. Kind of that tapestry that runs along the bottom. Looks up, base of the sword, putting it down on the shoulder. This quest and investigation ends here. Your request is denied. You will not contact or use Fremar as a resource. Thurin Okan in that casket will be put into my treasury. And protected until my own can investigate this. If there is any other items in your possession that are for this investigation, anything that Damodar holds value, anything that Fremar holds value, you will lay it before your feet before you leave. Do so now.
I'll just step aside to make room, and then I apologize because I don't want to touch it, so I just dump my bag of holding, and then as soon as the staff is out, I start gathering everything else back into it.
Okay.
I will go ahead and put the map down as well.
Okay. Staff of Ashtar, and this is what looks towards the scroll.
This is a map.
This is a map, perhaps the map, to be taken to the treasury. As far as the staff is concerned, it will be cured by the Sun Tree and destroyed. Your reward for your investigations, for your efforts, as promised, begins to deal out towards some of the delegation. They retreat into a chamber at the corner. Over here, disappearing. As time passes, the Zone of Truth is ended. The Lord makes way back to the throne, sits down upon it, setting the great sword down to the side. Puts the hands together. Coming outwards is a very large metallic reinforced chest. It's kind of like a trunk, if you will. Seems to be easily 4.5 feet in its length, 2 feet in its width, or so in its height. It's laid down. The chest is locked. The guards now assists, helping them carry it. Has a ring of keys, grabs in to the keys, begins to fondle the key lock, unlocks it, opens it, filled to the brim with gold coins. Then that guard goes through, leaves, potentially maybe someone from the treasury that was brought up to assist with this help. The chest is laid there in front of you. Your reward for your services. 18,000 gold pieces.
Much appreciated, Lord.
You are welcome. Your reward has been given. The investigation for you has come to a close. Leave the staff and the scroll where they lie, and you may depart.
And I believe we already mentioned this, but just in case I'm forgetting, make sure no one actually directly touches the staff.
We will have no trouble dealing with a cursed item. I appreciate your help. If any one of you wishes to return to this throne chamber in matters of this investigation, it will be met with imprisonment. I will not tolerate rogue individuals deciding to take it amongst themselves. In addition, if you begin to hide what it is you're doing, as such of Gular and Fremar did, then you will be met with imprisonment. There will be no trial for you. Are we understood?
Sure.
Then you may go.
And I'll conjure the floating disc to carry the chest out of here.
Okay.
Yeah, I imagine it's heavy.
Yeah.
I mean, we might want to just scoop the contents into a bag of holding rather than parading around town with a giant case of money.
You can do
Let's
that
just-
outside.
Yeah, let's get out of this.
Yeah, let's not waste his time.
I cannot for his time.
And then once we get outside, well, we can put the money into a bag of holding. And
I'll go ahead and add that to the
Yeah, I'll
treasury for
drop-
us.
I'll drop the disc and say, "You can take this chest back to your lord." To one of the
Oh, we might
guards.
need a chest.
Unless y'all want to keep it.
Look at the
Yeah,
trunk.
why
as
I
you
already.
shoveling the coin off, and they shut the doors and lock it behind you, and don't say a word. They stand guard.
Do you think his rewards always come with threats? That seemed rather rude.
You know, we kind of just solved this whole fucking problem.
Right, we just saved his fucking city, which he seems to have absolutely no ability to protect from anyone.
I think we should have these conversations when we're not surrounded by the people he works for.
I think that's
Or work
fair.
for him, you mean?
I'm gonna go to the blacksmith.
I will be limping along spent and exhausted towards the sun tree, I suppose.
Yeah,
I'll go
I'm
with
gonna
him,
go back
actually.
to the holy district as well.
Okay.
And also, who is going to hold on to the chest, by the way? Because it's got to go in the bag of holding, I assume. So,
You
Well, why
keeping the
would
empty
we-
chest?
Fuck
Yeah,
I
that
that's
already-
what I'm saying.
chest.
Why would we keep it?
I already threw away a chest because
Why
they
wouldn't
weigh
you-
like 800 pounds.
why wouldn't you want a giant chest? I want it.
I
Then
mean,
you
if you
put
want
it
to
in your
carry it,
bag of
fine,
holding.
yeah.
Okay,
I'm
I'll put
not
it in
gonna
my bag.
carry it. I literally threw one away because I was trying to carry it.
I'm fucking dying.
There's like 3 chests in the dragon's lair.
Literally.
He's like, why the fuck do we have these? And we threw them on the ground.
Yeah, we all threw them away. Yeah.
So, with it being unclear as to what led to the Lord being the way that they were, they seemed to be someone that provided information and gave it to you somewhat freely, and then we had a whole thing. But regardless of all of that, the Lord took it extremely seriously. That allowing this to happen maybe shed poorly on them. Maybe it was a reincarnation of what, memories past, right? Gular, that whole thing brought back forth. It's unclear, right? It's unclear about what led to that. But what is true is that they were firm with their decision. That your investigation into this has to end. Could it be for your own safety? Could it be that you're just not a trusted person in terms of being under their banner? Paladins. This is held cleric under their banner, right? There's no time to ask those questions. Lord was strict, clear, and you have put on your way. Now, for some of you, particularly Maldor, maybe this is a breath of fresh air. Got our coin, gave the items, and we're fucking out of here, right? No more strings. That's it. For others,
I'll lean over to Maldor while we're walking. I'm like, hey, I've been working on a new spell. I can't wait to show you later. I think I've cracked into gravity magic, so I can't wait to show you that. I know how to, so far, I think I will know how to increase its density or create a greater effect, and maybe even a sinkhole if I'm lucky. So
That sounds heavy.
sounds really, really awesome. I can't wait to try it out.
Okay. So, Thanos, I gotta ask. Are we like, are the guards fucked off now? Like, are we just walking?
I imagine we're away from the palace by now.
yeah, I'm just you're on your way to you're inside the noble district now. You're in the courtyard, right? You're just kind of making way.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Thanos, did you get a good enough look at that thing to find out where the X was?
That was also going to be my question since I went and sat over in the corner while they were arguing for like 20 minutes. If I could look at another map and possibly piece it together.
Yeah, you might be able to get another map, essentially the continent, right? And just try to look through, maybe regional maps, try to look through and see if you can piece the landmarks and rivers and mountains and hills and forested that were depicted on this map. And you might be able to put 2 and 2 together to understand where it is.
If you can provide me with another map, I may be able to figure out where it was. It looked like it was somewhere near the marshes. I trekked around there a lot. I'm not sure, though.
Because,
Offhand.
like, there's no way we're dropping this shit, right?
No, yeah, we're
We
not
don't have
dropping
the
this.
key.
We're
Why
just
would
not
we
gonna-
pursue this?
It was semi-connected to Damodar, so I'm sure it's going to come up whether we actively look into it or not.
But I think we should actively look into it on our own, without any connection to anyone else.
Get you all to
With-
find the Lord. I'm so fucking proud.
Fuck that,
My-
Lord.
My only
this
question
point-
is what information do we have on the key? Because without the key, the journey doesn't end.
Yeah, it does
It
seem
literally
like we're
said
missing
so.
a piece of the puzzle. Yes.
But there was no key in these bodies, so we did.
Well, we didn't really get much chance
did-
to actually look into that much.
We did have the statement in the chest that the journey's in meets when you find the one that the key was put into, and the key is in the map bearer.
Did any of you look inside the body? Because if it was a metal key and he swallowed it,
I did a cursory investigation of the body to see if anybody might have cut it open, but I didn't. I wasn't able to find anything.
so that just means something wasn't taken out. We don't know if something was put in.
What
Right,
if it was
Thanos.
literal?
Can you break into the treasury?
What if it was
No.
literal?
But again, I know somebody that can help me do this, which is also the person that I wanted to look at the stupid chest in the first place.
Oh yeah, Martin.
Shit stain?
Right, Martin.
Martin.
I believe he has much that he could teach me, and I believe that if I was going to try to do this, I would employ his help.
You want to ask shit stain to break into the treasury?
Would
Hey,
you
he was-
please?
He wasn't covered in shit when we
Doesn't
had
he
that
have a-
conversation.
Doesn't he work for the Lord though? Sort of in a
No.
really shady kind of fucking way?
No. Well,
He works for
kind
the
of.
common people who were just sacrificed. There's a difference.
That's fair.
And no
Didn't
one's
we
seen
also
Victor.
kind of say we'd talk to him once all this shit was over?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. He explicitly said, "Do not go find him." I think we should send Thanos to go find him.
No,
he
he said
specifically
like,
said use a
some bullshit in the
bullseye.
window three
Yeah,
times.
message
and-
him.
a bullseye lantern in the window.
That sounds
Well,
less
yeah.
fun.
If we really want to, we could probably send him a.
We could probably summon him
With what spell slots?
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Listen, I think number one.
I think we should
make
take
sure
a fucking
Lucar doesn't
break.
get possessed again. I think that's number one priority. Go see the hippie sun tree, and then we go the fuck to
Yeah.
bed.
Go
All
see
right.
Pretty
the
much.
people.
Yeah.
It's 2:30 in the afternoon. Do you know how many crafts I can? 3:30 in the afternoon.
That's
Do you know
right.
how
Thanos?
crafty I can
You
get done?
are delight.
I think
Thanos.
we have to go save Lucar from being a meat puppet, and
I am
Thanos has to go
so
make
happy that you found something that makes you happy besides a dark room by yourself while
I
it's
am just
raining.
pissed that my arrows did nothing that entire time that we were down there.
You shot
did
a
they?
bunch of shit. Like,
I did. And did you see how many times somebody else had to cut it?
it's fine. We. Do you know what I did? I sat there and stabbed them, and barely did anything. Sat
Yeah, I
around
was
the
doing a
corner.
good job.
You do this all the time. This is literally your persona. You do this all the time. It's fine. I'm gonna go make something to make me better.
I mean, can we just acknowledge how fucking cool that lightning bolt was? I've been
What
sitting on
lightning
that for
bolt?
a
What lightning
little
bolt?
bit.
Did anybody
You
I'm
see?
see-
dying
You-
here.
Only 2 people that saw it.
Or
There wasn't
Lucar's fucking dying, but he saw it.
All right.
Yeah, he's over here. There's like 2 HP cursed.
So it's a good time to go ahead and wind up here. So we'll go ahead and end the session here. I went ahead and gave you experience points. 5,042 experience each should put you at 27,152 experience total. If you're watching this stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Here with the ill-fated as they become even more and more and more ill-fated as we transition further and further and further into the campaign. It's not getting
Not
any
getting
better.
better.
More and more fucked.
Hopefully you join us for next week, and we'll see you then. So bye.
Bye.
Bye, Chad.
Bye.